Are we ready? Can I invite you all to just bring your presence into the room? I know there's lots of you who probably haven't seen each other for a while and you've got lots of catching up to do, but hopefully you'll be able to do that in the break time. So, wow, isn't this amazing? We even had a rainbow to welcome us in this morning. So thank you so much to all of you for coming today to this amazing event. So September is Pain Awareness Month, and in Cornwall we want people with pain to feel heard, supported and enabled to live well. So my name's Debbie O'Nions and I'm the clinical lead for personalised care in Cornwall, and I've been supporting people with complex pain over the last few years, and I've seen people go on amazing journeys and seen the art of the possible. So I'm really excited to be here today. We know pain is multifaceted and that everyone's journey with pain is unique to them. And today we're going to hear from speakers who will offer a holistic approach to understanding and managing persistent pain, offering everyone an opportunity to learn more about and experience some of the therapies, treatments and activities which may assist with alleviating symptoms and reduce reliance on prescription meds. In order to move towards more holistic support for people with chronic pain, we need to offer more choice of treatment, more education for the people we serve and our health professionals, and we need to improve our shared decision making and ensure people understand the risks and benefits of all their treatment and that they have personalised care that matters to them. And, you know, I can honestly say that I've tried all of the therapies that are on offer today. And they're amazing and really supported me through my own personal journey with pain. So I really hope that you'll join today with curiosity and an open mind and really allow yourself to enjoy the whole experience because we have some amazing practitioners in the room today. I'm just going to go through some of the housekeeping. So the event today is offered free of charge thanks to part funding through the European Social Fund. And I think I'm meant to click now, and I've forgotten because I'm multitasking. And it's been developed and delivered as a collaboration between Reach Cornwall and Hospitality Table Cornwall, both part of the ESF Business Clusters project, in partnership with Kevin Fevier, Sean Jennings, and those involved with delivering the workshops and the 10-minute taster sessions. So a huge thank you to everyone who's made this event possible. And I just want to say that actually the one person that has done so much work for today couldn't be here. And so we're sending lots of healing to Julie and hoping that she has a fast recovery. Which is such a shame because this really has been her passion to get this event together. So we're not expecting a fire alarm today. So if a fire alarm does go off, it is real. And on the sound of the fire alarm, please exit through the double doors in the bar. Ooh. Sorry. Through the toilet foyer and into the car park. And the gathering point is opposite the main hotel entrance. Toilets are accessible and gender-neutral facilities, and there are double doors from the bar into a foyer where there are toilets, including disabled facilities. Sorry, I seem to... I might have to hand over to Amanda to sort this one out. Exhibitors are located in the bar area during the morning break. Sorry. Oh, it's the only slide. Okay, sorry. I thought it was going to come up. Sorry, that's my problem. So, exhibitors are located in the bar during the morning break and lunch. Please pay them a visit and make sure you collect a raffle ticket from each table to win some fantastic prizes. Very exciting. There are 3 workshops, and each will run 3 times to allow all delegates to attend every workshop. Speakers, performers, and exhibitors are also welcome to join the workshops. Please check your name badge to see if you have a green, blue, or red around the outside. The colour determines the order in which you attend the workshops. Please follow the person with the sign for your colour who will take you to the correct workshop. Refreshments, there is an all-day hot drink station. Please help yourself. There is a Wi-Fi login, which is Bedruthen TR8, for those of you who need to access Wi-Fi. We understand some people may need to take phone calls, but please have your mobiles on silent or vibrate. Hopefully when you signed in, you have all registered your cars, because else you might get a parking ticket. So if you could please check that you have registered your car at the entrance. There's a little screen. Otherwise, we don't want anyone getting a fine for being here. There is a virtual delegate pack. Please scan the QR code on the timetables to view this. And timetables can be found on each table and the sign-in desk, and also dotted on the walls. So hashtags, are you feeling social? Please hashtag living through pain and hashtag pain awareness month. So feedback, we really value your thoughts to ensure the events we offer closely fit your needs. So please take a few moments to complete the feedback forms at the end of the last workshop or via the link on the virtual delegate pack if watching online. And so just want to say a welcome to those who've joined us online as well. Really delighted that so many people could join the event today. Wish we'd had space for everyone. Unfortunately, we only had a certain number of tickets for being here face to face. Unfortunately, also because of the weather conditions and the forecast, we've had to cancel the optional sea swim because the forecast was not good. So if people want to swim, that would be at their own risk, but there won't be an organised swim today, I'm afraid. I'm just checking that I've done everything. Oh, yes. Also, Tai Chi. So there is an optional Tai Chi workshop for the end of today, and you can sign in at reception. There's a form. Just write your names down if you'd like to stay for the Tai Chi workshop. Tai Chi is fabulous, so if you can stay, please do. I'm now going to just do a very quick handover to the 3 workshop leads. So could I just invite Amanda Winwood from Made for Life Organics, Kelly Gilmore from Kelly Gilmore Therapy, and Emily Folks from Music for Good to just come up to the front a second, please. And they're just going to just do a quick intro to what their workshops will be about. Would you like to go first?
Hello. Hi. I'm Kelly Gilmore. I'm a mixed meditation methods tutor and a sleep therapist and energy work therapist. I'm based at Falmouth Natural Health Practice. I've been a chronic pain sufferer myself for 19 years now. And I became a therapist teaching the techniques that helped me with my pain. And what I'm going to be doing today is I'm going to be helping you guys with a scientifically proven technique of meditative practice that's going to help with pain, stress, and fatigue. So it's something that's really, really easy, and you're going to be able to use that yourself, and you're also going to be able to share that technique with people, with your friends, family, and people that you care for. So come and see me down in the garden room, and we'll have a nice chill out and relax, okay?
Ooh, tough gig to follow that. No pressure. So I'll be down in that room. Workshop is now cancelled. No, my name's Amanda Winwood. I run a company called Made for Life Organics, B Corp, and we hand blend skincare here, but I also run something called the Made for Life Foundation. So we've trained over 2,500 massage therapists, easy for me to say, across the whole of the UK to be able to welcome people living with cancer, fibromyalgia, etc. into their spas. 96% of spas were turning people away with cancer. And I'm actually very proud that we're going to be doing some training at Truro and Penwith College literally next month to introduce that here. So my workshop is, if anybody wants a free paper, we've got some clinical data to show you about what's happening in other parts of the world about massage therapy and that beautiful touch and what happens with that touch. So I'm going to be doing, my workshop will be talking about how touch therapy works. And part of what we do is we give tools to people who have touch therapy to be able to do self-care after. So I'm going to just show you how some gentle self-care massage techniques might work for you. So maybe you could do yours and then come and see me. But anyhow, I'll see you later. Thank you.
Hi, yeah, I'd really like to go to their workshops as well. It sounds amazing. What a wonderful day. And it's so sad that Julie's not here because I know she's put in so much work for months and months. But Amanda, it's lovely to meet you. And I know you've been very involved as well, and Debbie. My name's Emily Fowkes. I'm the Director of Music for Good. We're a Music for Wellbeing charity working across Cornwall. And again, it's wonderful to hear about the research that's informed both of the other workshops, because we're very, very much research and evidence driven, and that kind of underpins all of our work. We're working in partnership with Sounds Like Healing, so I'm here with my colleague Jane. So we'll be delivering workshops later on that it's kind of come out of my own research. So I'm a practitioner and a researcher. And a few years ago, I was doing my master's and was researching singing for health. And there's lots and lots of research now about singing and music for health and well-being. And kept reading, well, singing boosts endorphins, and endorphins help us with pain. And so I couldn't understand why there wasn't any initiatives or lots of research about singing being used as a tool for pain management. So Jane and I, we did our own research study and worked with participants, and we were then invited up to Suffolk to this amazing organisation called Snape Maltings, who allowed us to stay there for a week on a residency. And so we were with an NHS researcher and a clinical psychologist. And we spent the week crafting the model that we'd kind of dreamt up and we'd tried out here in Cornwall, and worked with people through a GP surgery up in Suffolk, and kind of just, it really helped us to refine that model further. And what we ended up with is kind of a slightly different approach for working with musculoskeletal pain to working with fibromyalgia. So we separated those out and offered two slightly different programs because we found that there were different needs within those different client groups. So that's kind of how detailed we've gone in terms of our research and our practice. And so what we offer is a combination of movement, mindfulness, meditation, breath work, voice work, coaching, psychoeducation, sound, kind of just in this lovely little package of loveliness. And what we know about singing is that it can uplift us, but it can also make us feel really relaxed. So it's got this amazing ability to balance the nervous system. But we also craft our sessions in that way, that we're taking people on a journey through moments of and then moments of so we'll hope that you'll join us on that journey this afternoon in our workshop. So thank you very much.
So you can see you have an exciting day ahead, and some people may have to move slightly out of their comfort zones, which is always a good thing. I'm going to I'm just going to get Emily to come back up now, and Emily's going to do a sound bath for 5 minutes before we have our first speaker. So that will help us all be present in the room and feel nice and relaxed to establish the day. So I shall hand over.
Hi again. Is this on? As I mentioned, this is Jane Stafiri, my colleague here. So we're both involved in Music for Good, but also run Sounds Like Healing independently as well. And I'm really sorry, I've got to own up here, because we were going to bring our big gong, and we got here and opened the car door and both said, "Where's the gong?" I don't know how you can miss a great big gong. We've got the stand, but not the gong. So I'm really sorry we don't have our big, super impressive gong that would have just shook the whole room. But we do have some other instruments here, including a smaller gong. So we're just going to give you a little flavour, and then you'll get to experience more in the workshops later. But first of all, can I just invite you all just to have a big stretch and a yawn? And just roll out your shoulders a bit. Shake the shoulders. And then we're just going to just activate the heart space. So hopefully you're all here with just lots of love and compassion and openness, but just bringing your awareness to your heart energy. And you might like to just place your hands there and just take a few nice deep breaths. And as we breathe out, we're just going to open our arms out as if we're just accepting and opening as we breathe in. And then as we breathe out, wrap your arms around yourself and give yourself a hug and go, ah. And again, breathing in, opening and accepting everything that's on offer. And then wrap your arms around and go, ah. And one more time. Ah. Lovely. And then I'd invite you to either close your eyes if that feels okay for you, or just soften your gaze, just look down, and then just allow these sounds to just wash over you just for the next few minutes. So just taking a lovely deep breath in again. Maybe having a stretch and gently opening your eyes, come back into the room. How was that?
I think I'm not sure what I'm meant to be doing now. I'm feeling like that was amazing. So yeah, deep gratitude for that beautiful beginning to the day, because I feel like I just need to go and lie down now. Thank you so much. So yes, I'm guessing everyone's really looking forward to that workshop now. So I'm now going to introduce Dr. Monty Lyman. Monty Lyman is a medical doctor and author of The Painful Truth and other groundbreaking books, research fellow at the University of Oxford, and his clinical research and writing interests focus on the relationship between the mind and body. So I'm very excited to have him here today. And could I just ask that with the presenters, if you could just hold any questions, and I know you're going to have lots of really great questions and burning questions as people are speaking that you're going to want to ask. If I could just ask you to hold them, write them down, and we're going to have a Q&A session at the end of the morning where you can ask any of those questions. We'll have the presenters all up together. So if just hold that thought and you will get your opportunity to speak to the presenters. So without further ado, I shall ask Monty to come on up. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Debbie. I mean, I am dangerously relaxed now, so if I fall asleep, you can blame Jane and Emily. And if you fall asleep during that, I know it will be because of that and not because of my talk. I firstly want to thank you for inviting me here, particularly for Julie and Amanda and others for organising this and for inviting me. I think it was Amanda, when you sent your first email to me, you said, the thing that persuaded me was you're saying that Cornwall is incredibly beautiful in September. And you haven't disappointed. The rainbow was incredible. So thank you for putting that on. That was Julie. Oh, you can claim that. So it says here, this is a talk about the stories and science behind our most fascinating feeling. And it's mainly going to focus on stories, partly because I think that that's a really good way of understanding concepts. And I also understand that there's probably a wide variety of people and a wide variety of experiences, whether it's lived experience of pain or different experiences in clinical work or in caring for people living with pain. So hopefully, I'm going to talk through a few stories, and hopefully you'll take at least one of these away with you, and that might help the way that you view pain, whether it's your pain or someone else's. Great. So just the boring bit, a little bit about me. So I'm an academic clinical fellow based in Oxford. So what that means is the academic side means about 25% of my time is involved in sort of research and teaching. And my particular focus is on the relationship between the immune system and mental health, but it's sort of mind and body generally I find really interesting. And then 75% of my time is being a doctor. So when I went on Google Images and looked for doctor, that was one of the first ones that came up, and that is quite representative of how things are going. I'm taking a very slow route through my medical training. I could be a lot further down the line. I initially wanted to do immunology, maybe dermatology or rheumatology, so joints, or infectious disease, but I was converted to mental health, to psychiatry, fairly recently, so I'm currently specialising in that. It's a fascinating specialty with a complex history, but also I think it's got there's a huge opportunity for a really good future in terms of mental health. So that's what I'm doing at the moment. And so that's 25% of my time doing research, 75% doing clinical work, and then the remaining 0% of my time is writing popular science books. I love writing, and the first book that I wrote in 2019 was called The Remarkable Life of the Skin, which looked at skin in all its physical, but also psychological, social, spiritual beauty. And that was one of the things that actually persuaded me more towards looking at the mind. The next book that I've just written, and I hope there aren't any significant edits for it, which is coming out in, I think, sort of spring next year, is called The Immune Mind, and it looks at the relationship between the immune system and mental health, how the immune system affects mental health, and how the mind affects the immune system. But today I'm going to be talking about this book that came out in a couple of years ago called The Painful Truth. And without further ado, I'm going to talk about, firstly explain one of the main reasons why I wrote the book. So everything we think about pain is wrong. And what I mean by that, here today I think most of you have a really good understanding of what pain is and the new science behind pain. But I think as a society for many, many years, including now most people, and I don't particularly mean patients or the general public, I mean doctors, the medical profession, clinicians, generally, everything that's out there is fundamentally wrong. Things are improving, but there's still a long way to go. And I think that this understanding isn't just sort of academic or interesting, it affects the lives of millions of people across the world. So that's why I'm going to talk about what I think pain isn't, and what I think more of what pain is throughout these stories. So the first story is probably the story that got me interested in pain. So this is about someone called Paul. Not his real name, and everything's been changed. So most of the key details have been changed. So in my first job as a junior doctor, I was based on an acute medical unit. So that's basically, if you go into hospital, if you go into A&E, if you have a surgical problem, you go to the surgical unit. If you have a potentially medical problem, you go to the medical unit. And in our hospital, twice a day, a consultant would go around seeing all the different patients and would decide whether they need specific tests, they need certain blood tests or scans, or they need to go, they're able to go home, or they need to go to a specific ward. And my job as a junior doctor was basically to run after him, sort of avoiding tea trolleys and things like that, trying to sort of write down everything that he was saying before he went into the next bay. And I don't know if any of you have been on acute medical units. It's you have a cacophony of sounds of bleeps and screeches and screams, and usually in most hospitals there's no natural light, and it's like a very low end department store on Black Friday every day. It wasn't but there's lots of interesting clinical stuff as well. But as I was chasing after this consultant, who was a really good consultant in terms of his medical knowledge, I chased him into one of the bays, and that's where I met Paul, who was a patient, who was a man in his mid-40s. He was an IT consultant, and he'd had low back pain for about a year. It had started in his right lower back, and he attributed it to a conked-out office chair. Then over the next weeks and months, the pain got worse, and it spread to the left side of his back, and over the months sort of down to one of his legs as well. He was having a terrible time. He was going through a divorce. He was missing a lot of work, and at the time when I saw him, he'd been on long-term sick leave. And that morning, he was in so much pain he couldn't get out of bed. So one of his family members drove him to A&E. The doctors were wondering if there were certain specific sort of acute medical issues going on. So he had an MRI scan, he had loads of blood tests, loads of physical tests, but they'd all come back normal. So the consultant, on looking at the scan results and the blood results, seeing that it was all normal, went over to Paul and said, "As you can see, all of your tests are plumb normal." And then the next thing the consultant said has just stuck in my head. And I couldn't really understand why for a bit, but that's what got me to start exploring pain and how we understand it. The next thing he said to Paul was, "The good news is there's nothing physically wrong with you." To which Paul, who was lying in this bed, clutching his back, beads of sweat dripping down his face, in agonizing pain, he then said, "So are you saying it's all in my head?" So basically, when I left that assessment, that very brief assessment, I mean, after he said that, I can't remember what the consultant said, but he sort of said something quite vague and gave him some strong painkillers and told him to review with the GP in a week's time or something like that. So for Paul, and I don't think this is true, but for Paul at that point in time, his pain was either in his body, so there was some ongoing damage that none of the medics could find that was causing this pain. So that's pretty terrifying. Or it was sort of all in his head. It was some kind of thought disorder that he could just stop being in pain. Just think his way out of it quickly. And what I want to try and get across in some of these stories as well is that this isn't the case. Pain isn't just physical, isn't just mental, it's everything. Pain is in the person, and that's just such a key thing to understand. And I think lots of people and lots of doctors throughout medical school, I think we were all believers of the painful line, which is pain is an accurate measure of injury. Now, I want to be clear that actually, I think a lot of you will know this, but I'll need to say this, that in short-term pain, what we call acute pain often is an accurate measure of injury. It's like that for a reason. You slam your thumb in your laptop, it hurts a bit. You slam it in a car door, it hurts quite a lot more. But actually, over time, over weeks, over months, over years, often the amount of damage and the amount of pain become disconnected. And even when the initial injury is healed or has largely healed, pain can become wired on the brain. It's still completely real. It's neurological. It's as real as epilepsy. But actually, I think the idea that pain is either, as some doctors used to call it, psychogenic, all in your head, or it has to be due to some kind of damage, I think that dichotomy has been causing us a lot of problems. So that's Paul. I'm now going to talk about Evan, who I interviewed for the book. So now Evan is he's a lawyer in Australia, but when he was in his early 20s, he felt that he'd reached the peak of his career and his dreams. So he was a soldier at the time, and he'd just passed. This is about 2006, I think. He'd just passed grueling tests to become a member of the SAS, the Australian SAS, and they were about to go to Afghanistan for the first time. And he'd been wanting to be a soldier since he was a boy, and was really looking forward to this. And everything in his life had led up to that moment. As part of his training, they were going to go into Afghanistan in a few months' time, and as part of his training, they had to do something called resistance to interrogation training, which is basically experiencing a bit of what it would be like to be interrogated quite forcefully, not tortured, interrogated. It's meant to test you, but it's not meant to break you. And each person has 4 key bits of information, which is name, number, rank, date of birth. And apparently during this training, over about a weekend, all of the interrogators are trying to get one of these bits of information from you, and you've got to try and keep it from them. So Evan was he was quite clever. So he'd removed any bit of his, before he was taken to the interrogation centre, he'd removed anything with labels or potentially identifying objects on him or in his backpack, and he'd hidden them away. And then he was blindfolded and dumped in the back of a car, taken to a random outbuilding in the middle of the outback, and the blindfold was taken off, and he was placed in front of his interviewers. One of the a key thing to know at this point is that the Australian Army at this point hadn't done any training in resistance to interrogation. They hadn't really prepared anything. All of the interrogators were quite young, naive, and inexperienced. And one of the interrogators, Evan could just tell, partly because Evan was quite smart and not giving in, he could tell that this interrogator was thinking, you know what, I'm going to break this guy. So the interrogation was, they kept on. They did a few quite stressful things. They put him in a stress position. They blasted loud music at him for hours, trying to get the name or the number, the rank, the date of birth. And they kept saying this over and over again. But then it started to turn quite dark, and Evan has happy to share this with me. Because this is being recorded, I'm not going to go into details, specific details, but there's some in the book, and he has allowed some of this to go into the Australian and international media. But basically what the torturers, that's a bit of a slip of the tongue. The interrogators, to become torturers, one of them had decided that he was going to completely break him, and he made him be completely naked, squat down in a stress position for hours with sort of blackout goggles and blaring music. That didn't break Evan. So what the interrogator did was he came in and beat him up, and did this a number of times, and ended up kicking him in a very sensitive area, causing quite severe bleeding as well. And he was left for almost 100 hours until he passed out. Over the next weeks, months, Evan couldn't quite understand what had happened to him. He didn't think too much about it. It sort of just blocked it from his mind until he was back at one of his military barracks, went to the men's toilets. There was no one else around, but then he heard in the background name, number, rank, date of birth, sort of a voice echoing around the bathroom. And as you've probably guessed, that's the first of one of many symptoms of PTSD that he'd begun to develop from this traumatic experience. But what was interesting and terrifying for Evan is that he began to develop horrendous pain, and not just in the areas where he'd been kicked and beaten, all over his body. He couldn't put boots on. His skin was so sensitive. He couldn't go into a bath or any kind of water unless it was a very specific temperature. And he ended up being on huge levels of opioids and various types of injectable sort of painkillers, and he was basically in this position with worsening terrible pain for about 7 years, because about a year after this had happened, he was essentially unfairly dismissed from the army, and was stripped of his rank. He took the Australian army to court, and despite all the painkillers that he was taking, the pain didn't go away. But what was really interesting was that when he eventually won a 7-year-long court case with the Australian Army, where it was taken to the Australian Parliament by MPs, once that weight had been lifted off him and his rank was reinstated, I mean, obviously he didn't go back in the army, but once that they had paid for his legal fees and all that kind of thing, only then his pain started to recede and is now completely gone. One thing to mention as well, he also did a type of therapy quite late on, a few years in, for post-traumatic stress disorder called EMDR, and that did start to help reduce his pain. But it was actually when that horrendous threatening burden had been removed from him was when the pain started to go. And this is one story that just shows a glimpse of how pain is a protector of the body, not necessarily a detector of injury. And I just want to get across the idea that pain wants to help us, wants to save us. Pain is like a guardian angel, but sometimes it can become oversensitive. I mean, if I had to give a definition for pain, it's a horrible feeling that urges us to protect a body part. Whether it's accurate or not is another question. But this case made me think of torturers and interrogators and how they can create pain with little tissue injury and the things that they do. So they create a sense of fear, isolation, oppression, humiliation, unfairness, and alienation. And all of these things in society can lead to worsening pain, whether it's poverty, whether it's racism. Various types of these things can be fuel for pain's fire. And a key thing about pain as well is that, particularly for long-term pain, anything that increases a sense of threat to the person, to the body, to the mind, anything that increases threat will increase pain. But anything that increases safety, any cues that increase safety will reduce pain. Maybe I'll talk about that a little bit later. Okay, so that's Evan. This is a very different case, but hopefully it sort of sheds, it looks at pain from a different angle. So Jo is a woman from Inverness. She's in her mid-70s now, I think. When I interviewed her in 2019, she had recently discovered that she was quite a remarkable person. So she lived quite. She told me that she'd lived quite a sheltered life in Inverness, but people used to think that she was quite tough. In the playground, she'd get bumps and knocks, but she'd kind of brush them off. She didn't really bother her. She was quite happy-go-lucky. Actually, she said she was so chirpy, she was quite annoying. That's what she said. She didn't annoy me, but she said she was so happy most of the time, she would tend to annoy people. In her mid-60s, she noticed that she was starting to walk with a bit of a limp. No pain, but just starting to sort of lean to one side, to her right-hand side. So went to her doctor, had an X-ray, and it turns out that basically the hip joint here didn't exist anymore. She had terrible osteoarthritis and ended up having to have a hip replacement. And when she saw the surgeon for the hip replacement, he also noticed that her hands were quite deformed, which was quite sort of... there were some quite obvious signs of osteoarthritis, which should be quite painful. But she hadn't felt any pain whatsoever. So he recommended that she get surgery to help with the osteoarthritis, a really famously painful procedure. I mean, it's painful in terms of recovery. You're not awake during it, but it's called a trapeziectomy, which effectively means moving bones around in your hand. And the recovery is really, really painful. Jo wasn't bothered by it at all. So her anaesthetist was very concerned by the fact that she didn't feel any pain whatsoever. So he contacted a specialist pain geneticist down in London. So she went down and gave some blood samples, and turns out that she has a very strange mutation, which means that she basically doesn't feel pain. So inside all of us, we have a sort of, our body has its own drugs cabinet of opioids. So you think things like morphine and oxycodone, all that kind of stuff. Actually, our body has its own, endorphins are an opioid that's inside our own body that the brain produces if it wants to. If the brain decides to reduce pain, it will release some of those pain-killing molecules. But the body also has cannabinoids, which are molecules that are basically very similar to molecules found in the cannabis plant. The body clearly wants us to have pain and thinks that pain is important. So we have an enzyme called FAAHOUT, FAAHOUT, that breaks down this cannabis-like molecule. But Jo has a mutation which means that it's not broken down. So basically, in her own words, she's constantly high. And so she doesn't feel, and has never really felt pain. And she's quite happy most of the time. She's very spaced out. I mean, this is what she told me. Not my assessment of her when I interviewed her. And she never remembers where her keys are and things like that. But Jo's quite unusual because there are a number of recorded cases of people who are genetically insensitive to pain, who don't experience pain for various reasons due to genetic mutations. And most of them don't live past their teens or their 20s, because if you have appendicitis and you can't tell that you're in pain, you'll get sepsis and die. If you fall over and bang your head and you don't notice that there's you need to go and maybe see a doctor or a surgeon and there's a huge bleed in the brain, then you'll die. So actually Jo is very fortunate that she's lived quite a sheltered life and actually hasn't experienced a severe acute injury. So that is another way of saying how pain is a protector. Pain is trying to help us all the time. So yeah, pain is a protector. And also just on a smaller scale, just my own story, which is similar to and probably nowhere near as chronic or severe as lots of people. But and it's a number of people in my family, but I've lived most of my life with really, really frustrating, really often quite terrible IBS, which has been quite embarrassing. Most of the time it's sort of embarrassing and sort of frustrating and a nuisance, but I've been able to live with it. Sometimes, particularly during my teens, during periods of stress, it was so bad I couldn't get out of bed, I couldn't move. I tried every type of diet under the sun to try and cure it, but it made no difference whatsoever. But during some of my pain research, only two or so years ago, I had looked into hypnotherapy for pain and ended up interviewing a hypnotherapist, basically just to find out more about hypnotherapy for the book. But he said, "Do you have any chronic pain conditions or anything like that?" And I said, "Yeah, well, I've got IBS, but I don't think this would be very helpful." I was quite suspicious of hypnotherapy. I'd never heard about it at medical school. I just imagined hypnotists as kind of people up on stage making people cluck like chickens or do really strange things. And I always felt that it was about someone taking power and agency away from someone else, which is actually, in terms of the neuroscience, is the opposite of how hypnotherapy works. But I didn't realize that at the time. So we did a couple of sessions, and what was really interesting, the main element of it was that it was the visualization. So he told me to imagine my bowels like rocky rapids, and then to imagine them becoming the languid Thames with punts flowing down the Thames. It was very Oxford-based hypnotherapy, and I living up to stereotypes. And I took we had some sessions. I took because of various commitments. I took a recording and sort of listened to it for 10-15 minutes every morning. Over a couple of weeks, nothing happened. And I was just like, what is this? This is rubbish. And I was about to give up, but I'd noticed that actually when I was a bit stressed or had work deadlines, actually the IBS hadn't been quite as bad. And long story short, I just religiously did this visualization every morning. After 6 months, it had reduced by about half. And after about a year, the IBS has basically never come back. It comes back slightly. I've stopped doing the hypnotherapy. I probably should do it, but it's actually produced a permanent reduction in often quite debilitating symptoms. So that was amazing and also quite scary for me because it completely shook everything that I'd been taught at medical school. I'd been taught that pain was always a symptom of some kind of pathology or something like that, and I didn't understand how pain, how visualization in my brain had reduced pain. So that's me. I'm going to summarize, but I'm going to do another little story afterwards, like a bonus one. It's more of a metaphor, I think, that I find helpful. I've done a bit of work with a charity called Flipping Pain, and I just find their summary of persistent pain quite helpful. I've just realised that as well. I haven't necessarily explained what persistent pain is. So chronic pain and persistent pain are the same thing. I prefer the name persistent pain, but that's pain that it's hard to define. But it's pain that persists longer than the injury should last, if that makes sense. But that's not necessarily the case. If pain has lasted for months, for years, that's persistent pain. But the key thing is persistent pain is hugely common and can affect anyone. Hurt does not always mean harm. Hurt can mean harm, but it does not always, particularly with long-term pain, the hurt and the harm become sort of disconnected. And it doesn't mean that pain isn't real, but it means pain can become powerfully wired in the brain. Point 3, and that leads us to point 3, which is key. Everything matters when it comes to pain. So anything that can reduce threat can reduce pain. So whether that is having someone understand your pain, whether that is movement, your understanding that your body is strong and is able and slowly beginning to move, whether it is social interactions, engaging with other people, whether that's, it can be singing in a choir, whether it can be doing some kind of therapy or engaging in some kind of activity like Tai Chi or something like that, that actually helps you understand your pain, helps you reduce threat, reduce cues of threat in your life, and increases cues of safety. And that sounds quite broad brush, but actually everything matters when it comes to pain. We're all completely unique, and our routes to helping, to being able to live with pain and potentially reduce it and sometimes even eliminate it, it needs to be completely personalised. So everyone in pain, first of all, needs to be understood. But I believe that the understanding pain is also key, which is why I think things like today are brilliant. I think resources that I think we're going to hear about a bit later, about understanding pain and being able to talk to other people who are living with pain, are key to reducing it. And number 4, medicines and surgery are often not the answer. I'm not saying that they're not the answer all the time. You know, as a doctor, I've seen medicines work miracles in A&E, but often in terms of long-term pain, they're often not the answer. And this is going against decades and decades of what doctors and clinicians have been taught. And as I've said, understanding pain can be key. And most importantly, recovery is possible. And holding on to hope, you know, having acceptance of how horrible pain is and the reality of pain, but also having hope is key as well. And it's possible to hold those two things. I don't know how I'm doing for time. I might be a little bit... I think I'm going to finish a little bit early, but I'm going to finish with a metaphor that I find helpful about living with long-term pain. So this is Kiki. This was my parents' Labradinger, I think, a Springador. We don't really know. She was a lovely dog anyway. And my parents got her when she was about 8 months old because her current owner couldn't look after her. And she settled in really well with the family, and she was really friendly with everyone, apart from my friend Josh. So this is when I was sort of 16, 17 or 18. About a month into Kiki living in the house, my friend Josh came to visit, and she was absolutely terrified by him. He was quite distinctive. He was quite tall and blonde, and she'd clearly never seen him before because when we went to collect her, she was from somewhere, miles and miles and miles away. But when she saw him, she started barking. She put herself between me and him to try and protect me, and she was quivering in pain and quivering in fear, and she wet herself as well. It was really horrible. The trouble was, Josh was one of my best friends, and he needed to come to the house, and we needed to sort out the situation of Kiki being completely terrified of Josh. Maybe he'd reminded her of someone in her past who had abused her. We don't know, or had scared her. So what was I going to do with Kiki to try and get her to not find Josh terrifying? And because he's not a terrifying person, and he's not a dangerous person. That's the key thing. So what I could have done is I could have got really angry at Kiki. I could have shouted at her. I could have berated her for being stupid and not understanding that Josh isn't actually a threat. Would that have worked? No. I could have sat her down and logically talked to her about how Josh is actually very soft and is very good with animals. That wouldn't have done anything as well. She wouldn't have understood. So what did I do instead? Instead, over weeks, months, I would give her cues. I'd give her evidence that Josh wasn't a threat. So that would start with Josh being in the same room as us, and me and him, Kiki cowering in the corner, but me and him having a nice chat in the corner. Then it would maybe be him throwing the ball for her. First of all, she wouldn't collect it at all and look at him very suspiciously. Then she'd go and get the ball, but then take it to me. But then a few months later, she went and got the ball that he threw, went over and dropped it at his feet. And since then, they've been best friends. And the key kind of point of that is that actually, in terms of chronic pain, or pain generally is trying to protect us. It's like a guardian angel. It's like our defense system. But sometimes it can be overactive, and it can be quite hard to reduce and to change. And if we want to be able to live with or reduce or even eliminate pain in some cases, we need to provide our body, our mind, all of us with evidence that we're safe. And in terms of rewiring the brain, that can be a long process and it can be a hard process. And it's a process where we need help from other people. But it's a process that can work. So yeah, that's it. I'll just leave you. I had an extra slide for something else, but I think this would be quite a nice slide to end on, with Kiki gloriously in front of the bluebells. But thanks very much for listening to my talk, and I'm very happy to answer questions in the Q&A later. So thanks very much.
Okay, thank you so much. That was an amazing talk, and I can, I'm sure many people in this room can relate to what you were saying. But personally, when I went on my own journey with chronic pain, it was linked to fear, and might be a subject for your next book, because mine was cured by a shaman in a 1-hour session. So very interesting and profound experience, and certainly if that fear, if I ever my fear is raised for I feel some threat, I get a twinge in my body that lets me know that I'm not feeling safe. So and all of the new NICE guidance, it absolutely backs up everything Dr. Lyman has said, because it tells us that, we have to move away from those old models of just prescribing a tablet, that we have to have a personalised care conversation with people and find out really what is going on for them, what's causing this. And sometimes that may go back a long way. So thank you so much. And yes, I think as few people are going to be interested in exploring your books. So I'm now going to hand over to Amy Stapleford, who is the founder of the Nook Wellbeing and Creative Space. Amy is a trauma-informed yoga therapist and creative arts facilitator. And we're going to have a 10-minute session of chair yoga. Okay.
And I'm going to do so from a trauma-informed perspective. Thank you very much. And I've got one of my seasoned yogis with me. This is Bridie. She comes every week to chair yoga, and she's in her 90s. And it's people like Bridie that inspire me to do this work. So maybe we could start off by having a moment to find a little bit of space. I know that's difficult with the situation given, but we're not... Wonderful. Great. And we're not going to be taking our arms out too wide. I'm going to try and keep it reasonably contained, so we're not tickling each other's earlobes too much. Okay, brilliant. So why might chair yoga be suitable for someone living with persistent pain? Well, first of all, when you think of yoga, you might think of the many styles of yoga, and quite often you'll find that yoga practices are done on the floor, or maybe they're in a more dynamic sort of standing situation. So we're taking those same elements of practice and the therapeutics of yoga, but we're just kind of bringing it into a floor, into a seated shape position. So it's like we're raising the floor up to meet us. So it means it's a more accessible practice for most bodies. And you could do it anywhere, like the chairs you're sitting in today. You could do this in your office chair. You could do this sitting on your sofa, maybe if you are bedbound, or perhaps you're in a wheelchair. So you can really practice this anywhere as long as you have a body. So other things I wanted to mention, and I'll come back to my notes because I will Otherwise, just chatter away for hours, and we've only got 10 minutes. But the practice of yoga, it is very much a mindfulness practice. We're connecting our minds and our bodies to be in the present moment experience. And when we do that, what we might start to notice, well, initially, when we quieten, we actually might notice that our minds are very busy, but that buzzing's probably going on in the background. We're just perhaps not aware of it. And then when we settle, suddenly there's this plethora of information and noise going on in our heads. So first of all, our yoga practice can start to calm that, can start to slow those thoughts. And as we start to slow our thoughts, maybe we're slowing our breathing. And as we slow our breathing, maybe our heart rate starts to reduce a little bit. And when we lower the heart rate, then maybe those stress chemicals that are being kind of pushed out into the body, maybe they suppress or depress a little bit. So then we might start to move from sympathetic nervous system, which I'm a little bit there, if I'm honest, doing this. I don't normally do presentations. And we shift from that fight or flight response and move along the scale into a part of the parasympathetic nervous system that is all about rest and digest. And when we're there, we might start to emit and release some of those wonderful endorphins and other chemicals like serotonin, the feel-good hormones, and hopefully starting to reduce inflammation. So not only is yoga great because it's increasing our ROM, our range of motion, our flexibility, it's moving the lymph fluid around our system, it's improving circulation, but also it is a practice of the mind. And actually, fundamentally, that's what I hope you get from this practice today, is that mind-body connection and bringing the mind in a really positive way. Okay. So, as you're ready to, first things first, I'm going to take my shoes off because it just, for me, I'm more comfortable. You're welcome to have shoes on or off for the practice. And if you'd like to bring your feet down onto the ground, maybe just comfortably. For me, I have quite short legs, so I might have to sit a bit further forwards and move this lovely setup here. There we go. And if it feels comfortable today, you're very welcome to close the eyes. If that doesn't feel comfortable for any reason, please don't do it. And wherever you're at, eyes open, eyes closed, I'm just going to ask you to just inquire about having toes today. So if I was to ask you the question, how many toes do you have? Yeah. It's kind of like, well, mind knows that I have X amount of toes, but actually, how many toes do you feel? Yeah, and please know that it's normal also to maybe only notice one or two. So there's nothing wrong if you're not feeling all your toes, you are okay. So then maybe opening your eyes. Thank you for trying that. And then this time, maybe in your shoes, or if you're not wearing shoes, have a little wriggle around of your toes. It doesn't have to be a great amount of movement, but maybe scrunching, stretching, playing with toes. Always makes me smile when I think about toes. And then again, coming back, maybe closing your eyes, come back down into your toes. And now what about if I invite you to feel into your toes again? Maybe noticing the pads of your toes in your shoes, pressing down gently into the surface that your toes are resting on. Noticing any temperature of toes. Are there any other feelings or sensory feedback that tell you have toes today? Maybe there's something about the softness of the socks over your feet or toes. Maybe it's the air touching any exposed skin in this area of your body. Perhaps it's something else in this area that you're noticing. And then coming back into the space when you're ready to, just flickering your eyes open. And even though we're engaging with one another again with eyes open, you still might be able to hold that awareness in your toes. You might still be able to be with your feet. That can be quite settling. And Dr. Monti referred to building a sense of safety. And maybe you're noticing your nervous system right now that's helping to build that sense of safety coming back into your body. So from there, if you'd like to, maybe have a little wiggle around in your chair now, a bit of a fidget. And as you shift your weight from side to side, can you feel your sitting bones? They're the bony bits right at the base of your pelvis. And eventually, perhaps coming to a stillness where you feel pretty balanced, the weight's pretty even over both of those sitting bones. And if you'd like to, you're welcome to lengthen your spine any amount towards the ceiling. And you could have your eyes open or closed for this practice, whatever feels most comfortable. And as you're ready to, would you like to bring your attention into your shoulders now? Doesn't matter how your arms are resting. They might be in your lap. They might be down by the sides of your body. And just as you're ready to, you're very welcome to perhaps explore, if your shoulders feel okay to go there today, some shoulder rolls. And as you begin to move and roll your shoulders, it doesn't matter which way you go. You can't really get this wrong. There is no right way. But as you start to explore having shoulders today, what is your experience? Is it a smooth movement, or maybe it's got a bit of a clunky, gritty feel in there, or maybe that's just my shoulders? What do you notice? Are there any other sensations that you're aware of? And if you're someone that tends to go 110 at everything, this being human, we're kind of conditioned to go at that pace, aren't we? Then what might it feel like to ease off, even if just easing off 5%? And you can choose in this moment the depth of movement, the volume of movement, as well as the pace. What feels helpful in your body? And you might choose to change the direction as well. That's also a possibility. You might be doing one shoulder at a time if that's of your preference. What else here can you notice that's present in this moment? What sensations? Maybe the sensation of the contraction of your muscles in your shoulders, helping to lift your shoulders. And then the opposite to that, as you lower your shoulders, we might call that a release, or some people might call it a feeling of relaxation. You're very welcome to continue that movement, or perhaps taking a moment to rest back, either with eyes open or eyes closed, perhaps resting your hands in your lap. And if you'd like to, possibly taking a long, slow, deep drink of your breath in through your nose and an audible sigh out through your mouth. Taking another deep breath. Wonderful. And in this moment, at the tail end of that exhalation, just returning to your natural breath and maybe just noticing how you're feeling in your body. Has there been any slight shift? Maybe you're a bit more aware of shoulders and toes now after the practice. And then coming back into the space when you're ready to. Wonderful. So feel free, if anyone's feeling like they want to continue some movement, please go ahead. I'm just going to share a couple more bits, and then I promise to give you space to have a tea break. I think it's next. So with this practice, with all yoga, we know that it's a wonderful mind-body connection. It's fantastic for supporting all levels of our well-being. But specifically when looking at pain, we might also look at the subject of pain perception. So for example, if I had a sore shoulder, I actually come to yoga from a lower back injury, but today let's stay with shoulder because that feels like a safer place for me to talk about. And as I imagine that I have pain in my shoulder, then when I experience that pain, I'm not only experiencing the pain itself, but I'm going to be thinking about it. Why is that pain there? Why is it not getting better? Why is it worse today? Oh, I feel rotten about this pain I'm experiencing. So our mind might hook into that experience. So what that yoga practice does, it increases our capacity to hold an interoceptive awareness within our bodies. And what does that word even mean? Where interoception, it's an internal perception. It's a perception of what's happening inside your body. So if I shift my attention from my sore, poorly shoulder today into perhaps a neutral, safe part of my body, that might be the palm of my hands. Sometimes it's the top of my ears. Sometimes when my eyes are closed, it's the bit where the skin, the eyelids meet, or maybe it's the toes again. And as I shift my attention there and I feel into the density of the tissue in my hand or whatever body part it is, and I really become curious about that, like a child looking at a flower, really interested in this part of my body that feels safe. Then how am I responding? What's happening in my nervous system? Am I feeling myself settle? And then that inflammation again might start to reduce and we feel better again. We can take that experience of, i.e. palm of hand, and spread that conscious awareness throughout the entire body. And eventually maybe we realize actually that pain, it's there, it's relevant, but maybe it's not as painful right now. So thank you so, so much for your time and for just getting involved with that practice. And if anyone has any questions, I've actually got a session that I'm going to in about 20, 30 minutes. But if anyone's around at tea break, it'd be lovely to connect with you. So thank you so much. Thank you.
So, yes, thank you, Amy. That was fantastic. And I'm just going to do that. It's easier. We are going to have a break now. I'm just going to check on the timings. So we're going to come back for 11:15, if that's okay with everyone. Tea and coffee are served. Please go and enjoy. And thank you again so much, Amy, for that session. That was thought-provoking as well as relaxing. So thank you. See you at 11:15. If everyone could take their seats, we're going to start again. Hopefully you're all feeling refreshed and ready for the next session. So I think nearly everyone's back. So I'm going to hand over now to Chris and Rachel Simpson from Cornwall Tai Chi. And is it Steve as well? James. And Chris and Rachel are from the Taoist Cultural Arts Association and have been teaching classes for 30 years. And they've got lots of experience with people with pain. And they use Tai Chi and massage and diet to overcome and rebalance body, mind and spirit after chronic pain caused by injuries. So I'm going to hand over to them.
Hello. Okay, we've got 10 minutes, so if you want to do some Tai Chi, you need to stand up, guys. So we're going to condense an hour and a half Tai Chi class into 10 minutes. First of all, we bow. Now we're going to do some loosening up. So just 1 minute loosening up. Normally it's 30 minutes. So first of all, your head. Just breathe in, look up, like that. Breathe out, look down. Just up and down like this. And then rolling round in a circle like this. And then the other way. Shoulders. We would spend longer on it, just to give you the idea. Arm swinging now. Can you hear me at the back? Yeah. Okay. Hip rolling. Big circle. So you do a big circle with your hips. It's like the hula hoop, isn't it?
Yeah, pretend you have a hula hoop.
Okay, kick, down. Just kicking down. And then circling your hands like this and just slump your weight side to side. Just relax your whole body now. Okay, that's the warming up. So we're going to do deep breathing now. We're deep breathing into our lower abdomen like this, deep breathing. You breathe in and expand your lower abdomen. You breathe out, contract it. So we're going to do this called riding horse, like you're riding a horse. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Sideways now, breathe out. Breathe in. Upward. Breathe in. Downward. Okay, so we're going to do some Tai Chi form now. Okay, so just stand where you can see me. We're just going to do a Qi Gong exercise, 1 minute, okay?
Okay, so we're going to stand like this. And we're going to step forward. So we're going to step forward into a dragon stance, like this. And you're going to do a deep breath into your abdomen. And also bring your arms up. So that's breathing in. Now you're going to breathe out through your mouth. And just put the weight onto your back leg, like this. And then breathe in, come back up. And then breathe out. So we're using our deep breathing all the way through, just gentle deep breathing. So breathe in on your other leg. Breathe out, just weight goes onto your back leg. Just relax down. And then breathe in and straighten up. And then out. So it's another one. And you're using your deep breathing again. You do in. Out, flowing the movement now. In as you come up. Out as you go back. Flowing again. In on the left leg. Relaxing. And then in as you come up. and then out. So all the movements should be relaxed, not any tension. The second part of the exercise is no deep breathing, but feeling in your body where the muscles are changing. Okay, so just feeling for those muscle changes. So we're going a bit further, because it's called the extension, and you're going to lift the arms up and lean back slightly, but your weight is forward on your front leg. And then as you come down, your weight's on the back leg, and you just lift the arms as high as you can and come back up. Not much space, is there? Never mind. There'll be more space than the other session we're doing at the end of the day. So leaning back and then leaning forward. And then once more on each leg. So just this last one on the right is very good for your back. It keeps your spine supple, which keeps you young. Keeping your spine supple. Swimming does that as well, doesn't it? Lean back. But this is a warm exercise, not cold. There you go. That's called a climb-in exercise.
Okay, so we're just going to do a couple of minutes of our Tai Chi form now. So just follow what I'm doing. Rachel's going to do it here and face your way. But try and copy me, because otherwise the left and right isn't going to work very well. You talk through it into the mic.
So the first thing you do is stand like this, feet together, heels touching if you can. So it's called the eagle stance. And you're stepping out to bear stance, like this. Bear stance. It's not near enough. Okay. This isn't going to work because I'm going to do this.
You just talk through it. And
I'll just do it. But yeah. So come back in, breathing in. And then breathe out and go up. And look at the back of your hands. And then breathe in and come back down. And drop and turn. All right? And then breathe out and step forward like that. Palms face up, and you go round the ball and down like this. Okay, now you turn. Look how Chris is turning. Follow Chris. Follow Chris. And go round the ball again. And down and through. And then we're breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out.
You do the moves now and I'll talk through it. Go on. Okay, let's try again one more time. So feet together. Just copy what Rachel's doing, okay? So prepare, step to the left, and then you're bringing your left leg in. This is called gather celestial energy. Okay, bring your hands round, palms down like this, and then you're pushing forward and up, like Rachel's doing. You look up, and then forward and down. That's it. And now turn your hands over, and this is called play the guitar. You step forward on your right leg like this, and then you make the shape of a ball about the size of a football.
Just relax though.
And then draw your weight back. Like this, and then you're rolling the hands around each other and you step to the right. Now this is called fair lady weaving. Make the ball shape again, and then draw your weight back like this, look down. And then pushing with the backs of your hands first, push your weight forwards, and then draw your weight back. And then turn your hands around and then push with your palms now. Breathe out. And then breathe in. Okay, one more time. If we've got one more time, have we? One more time?
Go a bit further.
You talk to it now. She loves talking.
Oh, yeah, okay. So
You're not doing it, you're just talking.
you can use your deep breathing into your abdomen. So as you bring your hands in, breathe in through your nose. And then as you go up, breathe out through your mouth. And then in again as you come back, breathing in through your nose. And then turn the hands up. And now breathe out as you step forward. And then round the ball, breathing in. Cut down through the ball. That's in. And then out as you turn. And then in around the ball. And keep breathing in. And keep breathing in. And then out. And then in. Slide your foot. And then out. And then in. And then turn to the front and relax. So we're going to do another exercise called the 5 lotus blossoms.
So we've got 1 more minute. So we've got your energy channels open and your energy flowing, and you're going to be buzzing all day if we don't shut you down. So we're going to shut the energy back down again now. We won't shut it off completely, don't worry. Just calm it down a bit. So riding horse stance. This stores the energy. Like this. Breathe in, bring your hands up. Breathe out, breathe out. Palms up, breathe in. Breathe out. Now breathe in and do a big circle with your hands. Deep in between your legs. Hold it. Hold it 5 seconds. 3, 4, 5. Breathe out. Big circle with the hands now. Now keep the breath down. Breathe in. Breathe out. Palms down. Breathe in. Breathe out. And we bow. I'm Chris. This is Rachel. That was 10-minute Tai Chi.
Shall I give you that one? Okay, thank you. Who didn't know that they needed to do that today? Because, I feel better already after doing that one. So I think after a whole workshop, you probably feel amazing. So thank you so much to Cornwall Tai Chi. That was fantastic. So I'd like to just briefly now introduce our next speaker, who I've had the pleasure of working alongside for the past couple of years. And I'd like to introduce Sean Jennings. Sean's been on an inspiring journey in learning to manage his pain. And I can honestly say Sean works absolutely tirelessly for often no money, and just because he passionately believes that we can do this so much better. And he promotes skills, not pills. He's spoken across the country to share his message, all the way to the Houses of Parliament, I believe. So, Sean, would you like to come and share your story?
Oh, no flat. Oh, yes, there is. Flat surface for my drink. I might sit down, actually, because I've got a bit of a back injury myself at the minute, but I'll tell you about that in a minute. So I'm Sean Jennings, part of the chronic pain in Cornwall team, along with Kevin from Imagine If and Deborah. So I've lived with chronic pain for 31 years now. It all started off back in 1992 when I had what I thought was going to be a routine hernia operation, but that wasn't to be. Prior to that, I was really, really active. I used to play badminton and tennis for the county, sailed all the time. Dad was in the Royal, he was an officer in the Royal Navy and stationed at HMS Raleigh. So we were able to use the sailing school there and go out sailing, out on X-bed on Dartmoor with the recruits, sleeping in a Nuns Cross Farmhouse. And I had a really good job. I'm an engineer, and I was back in '92. I was on £35,000 a year. I went in for the operation. I'd been uncomfortable, obviously, it was a hernia, and thought that was, I was going to get some relief. So, I sailed in the fast net race as well in my early 20s. That was one of my big, and so I thought, this operation is going to actually do me some good, and I'm going to be able to be out of pain and get back to doing what I really want to do. But that wasn't to be. I came out of hospital with a handful of cocodamol, and that didn't work, and it carried on and carried on and carried on. And they started upping the medication, and I just couldn't understand why this pain wasn't going away. But it was not very good for family life. I'd met Celia, my other half, probably about 4 months before the operation. So, she knew me as an active person, and then all of a sudden I'm having this operation and being in loads of pain. And we'd go shopping, and probably about 10, 15 minutes maybe I'd manage helping shopping, and then end up having to go back to the car. I felt terrible because I wasn't helping Celia, and then she'd feel terrible because I was back in the car and, in pain, and so she cut her shopping short. Celia had 2 children at the time. They were 13 and 12. And I've brought them up for the last 31 years as my own. But back then, I wasn't able to give them a proper family life. I'm a provider, I had a decent job, and that all went because of the medication, really, and the pain just not going away. I actually went to some really dark places, thinking I wasn't, I was holding the family back. I wasn't providing. I wasn't doing what I should be doing. But that's just an awful thing. And one thing I really learned is communication as well. That's really important. I used to take myself off to the bedroom, because if I was in pain and having a flare up, I didn't really want to be ratty with my family. Still upsets me today. I'm a kind person. I'm a people's person. And I was so annoyed because, being an engineer, I'm a problem finder and source giver, and I just couldn't fix this. So communication, I'd go into the bedroom because I didn't want to get ratty with the family, but I wasn't fooling anybody. They knew why I was going in there, and they get upset and anxious about me being in the bedroom, upset, and trying to get some sleep, because I didn't get much sleep during my opioid years. Probably maybe 2-3 hours at night, and I'd actually, I'd try and get to sleep, but then I'd wake up in pain. Made the silly mistake, because I was actually taking the medication at night because I was in pain. My repeat prescription wasn't reaching the end of when I should get the next repeat prescription, so I made the silly mistake of buying over-the-counter codeine. And it was getting really, really bad. And I started communicating with Celia and the children, and that sort of helped in a way, because they knew what was happening anyway. I was isolating myself. They were isolated away from me. And what's the point of that? So actually building up the strategies of what I needed when I had a flare-up, like the communication, helped me, because that didn't stress me out, because if you don't know about pain, stress turns the volume right up. And it was just making my pain worse. So anyway, the codeine didn't work. Put me on tramadol, then gabapentin as well. And then in 2017, I was on 160 milligrams of morphine with oral for flare-ups, 1,800 milligrams of gabapentin, duloxetine and nortriptyline every single day for the last 5 years of that 25 years. And I scared the life out of myself, because I'd go to sleep and I'd wake up, I'd stop breathing, I'd wake up gasping for air, and then of course that had a knock-on effect. I was scared to go to sleep. Didn't sleep at all, hardly then. In pain, buy more medication over the counter. wasn't helping me, stopping breathing. Obviously, I've done the research now, and you now know that there's the medication that was stopping me breathing. So I thought to myself, well, this, I'm really not functioning properly. I really need to do something about this. And I unfortunately, I'd gone to a tribunal, the Department of Work and Pensions, and they said I was fit for work. So I thought, well, who's going to employ somebody who needs to go to bed in the afternoon for 3 or 4 hours, or 2 or 3 hours, and may not come to work until midday? Nobody, really, are they? So I went to this tribunal, and there was a judge and a GP, and the GP said, "You've got a problem. This medication only works for 12 weeks." Well, I've been on them for 25 years. Why are they giving them to me if they're not working? But back then it wasn't the same as it is now. So I asked the GP. I went back to my GP and asked to be referred back to the pain management program. I'd done one, I think it was 1994 at Royal Cornwall Hospital. And back then, the actual ethos was keep taking the medication cure. There's a little bit of cognitive therapy, but not very much. So I'd asked if I could go back on this pain management program. And as soon as I walked in the door, sat down with 15 other people, and they said, right, we're going to be doing some exercise and some mindfulness. Exercise, I thought, how on earth am I going to do that? I can hardly get out of bed at night, or in the morning, sorry. How am I going to do that? And sorry, ladies, but I thought, mindfulness, what's this hippy-dippy stuff? I don't understand that. What's this all about? They're crazy. Well, I ended up being the crazy one. I didn't get the mindfulness straight away. It was a 7-week course, 2 days a week, 14 sessions, and I probably didn't get the mindfulness till about session 9. Can't tell you how I got it or how it happened, but it just clicked. And I started to de-prescribe at the same time. Really important thing to say is that when I went from 160 down to 80 milligrams, I was in less pain. The medication was giving me more pain. Did some more research because I'm like that. So I actually looked up and I saw that the more medication you have, you need pain, as Dr. Lynham was saying, stop you sticking your finger in the fire. So the medication's nulling that pain a little bit. Your body thinks, hello, we need to stop him sticking his finger in the fire. We'll make some more pain receptors. So they make more pain receptors, and you need more medication to quash that pain. So I thought, well, this is good. So in fact, it's 6 years ago, Sunday, just gone, that I finished the pain management program at Derriford. And it will be 6 years in November next month then that I've completely gave up the opioids. So I'm opioid free for 6 years, and March next year will be opioid free from everything. So 6 years using mindfulness. Distraction's a big one for me. Everything I love doing is a distraction away from the pain. I'm still in pain, and how I describe that is in the bad days, I was in this box that engulfed me in pain. And learning the techniques that we now teach on the 10-foot steps in the pain cafes, I was able to step out of that box. I carried it around a lot, so I was able to do a bit, but it was awkward carrying this box around. And then was able to shrink it down a little bit and put it in a backpack. And then it was clumsy, but I was able to do a lot. But now I can shrink it down so much that I can put it in my pocket. I don't actually practice mindfulness per se, but I do actually, everything I do is mindful. Absolutely everything I do. My food tastes better. I can hear the birds singing better. And how I get to sleep now, which is brilliant, is that I think of myself being on Constantine Beach. When the waves are coming in, I breathe in. When the waves are going out, I breathe out. And then the alarm wakes me up at 7 o'clock in the morning. So these techniques and getting away from medication is key. It's all about pacing. One thing I made a mistake with, felt okay, went for a walk, forgot I had to get back. So Celia had to come with the car and take me back because I'd spent by the time I got to the end. So it's pacing, making journals of your pain, where you're going. I still got mine, and it's great to look back on. It's very cathartic to actually look back on where I was and where I am now. And first thing I did was I bought a jet ski, so I'm back out on the water. And that's why I got a bad back, so I had a heavy heavy landing on going over a wake of a speedboat, and I jolted my back as going down. So you can live life without the medication and a really full life. As Debbie said, I've done research with Oxford University. I'm on the preventable deaths panel with Georgia Richards, Keele University, Durham, Bristol, Harvard in America, and I'm talking to third-year medical students in all of those places, telling them, that medication's not always the way. One thing I get asked all the time is, what would I have liked at the beginning of my pain journey? Was transparency from the GP or clinician saying that the medication doesn't work after 12 weeks very well for chronic pain. If you've still got chronic pain in 10 weeks, then we should be looking at alternative therapies to get you through that. Social prescriber, wish I'd had a social prescriber because I had other issues rather than not just the pain, it was everything else that went with that, mental health issues, blah, blah, blah. And somebody like myself to give me hope, because that's what I love the most, is actually going and teaching these people that are coming to our pain cafes now, the 10 footsteps, which are exactly the same as I learnt in the pain management program, that there is hope. You can live a life without medication. I'm not a GP. I'm not saying, right, we're going to take your medication away, give you a knitting pattern and send you to dance classes. I'm actually somebody that is actually, well, not doing the knitting, but I'm doing everything else, and everything else that I love doing is a distraction away from my pain. Thank you. I'll be on the Q&A afterwards if anybody wants to ask me any questions.
Thanks so much, Sean. And I've heard Sean's story several times, and it still gives me goosebumps now. And what an amazing achievement, because, make no mistake, that withdrawal from opiates is hard. And people need support on that journey. So, amazing achievement to be completely medication free. So, 6 years. Hope you're having a celebration, Sean. Okay, so now I'd like to. Hold on. Introduce myself. So you're going to be fed up with the sound of my voice by the end of this morning. So my team who are here today are going to laugh, because this is where I have the challenge of needing to change my glasses because I'm in denial that I need varifocals. And I do this on every training scheme. So they're like, Deb, just get the varifocals. Okay. So part of my role is I'm the clinical lead for health coaching in Cornwall. And we have health coaches who are here today who in primary care, and it's Health Coaching Week. So health coaches, wave your hands. It's Health Coaching Week. Hooray! And they're doing amazing work out in the community, supporting people. But actually, there are some core skills around that everyone can learn in how to have better conversations with people. And about 7 years ago, I was working with a group of patients using the whole model of personalised care. And I saw an email which said, come on some training up in Devon. And I asked my manager, she said, yeah, you can go. And I went on this health coaching skills training. I think I drove the trainers slightly bonkers with all of my questions. And at the end of it, they said, would you like to train as a trainer? And it transformed my practice. What it taught me is that all of those years, I've been a nurse for 32 years. And you're meant to go, you don't look that old at that point, but you missed your cue. And actually, I realised we've been getting it wrong. So we are spending all of our time telling people what they need to do in order to improve their health. And for some people, some information may be helpful. But what we know is that 40% of the information we give isn't followed. So it made me realise that actually we've got to look at is what's getting in the way of people looking after their health. You know, we need to listen and we need to explore. So the NHS long-term plan tells us that we have to do something different. People need to have more control over their health and more personalised care, and that we need to be delivering at place in communities. And that there needs to be a shift in the relationship so that everyone is working together. And we have to move away from just seeing somebody as a person with symptoms and seeing them as a whole person with all of their resourcefulness. And we need to listen. And we need to move away from what's the matter to you to what matters to you. You know, what really matters to you about your health and well-being? You know, where would you like to be? What would good look like for you? And you know, we need to make sure that people have the information and support to make informed choices and decisions. As Sean said, if someone had told him that those meds only worked for 12 weeks, he wouldn't have carried on taking them. You know, that shared decision making is so essential. So we've got to move away from this one-size-fits-all approach, and we've got to work in partnership together. And doing that just transformed the relationships that I had with people. And we went on amazing journeys together for people for whom the NHS just wasn't working very well. And they had labels like high-intensity user, you know, people who were harming themselves because out of sheer, you know, they weren't being heard, their stories weren't listened to, they were considered very high cost. And just in going on that different journey, on really listening to what mattered to them, they ended up with better health outcomes. And that led us to being able to embed training our whole workforce in Cornwall in health coaching skills. And that is all about communication. It's all about listening. It's all about finding out what really matters to people. So my team are here today. Nikki and Jake, can you stand up and wave? And they'll be out in the lobby at break time, so feel free to go and talk to them. They probably know much more than I do. So this is the whole model of personalised care. It puts the person at the heart of all healthcare, and it wraps everything else around them, and that's what it should be, a circle of support around the person. It's about helping people make choices. It's about helping them connect to their communities with social prescribing, offering health coaching for the changes that they want to make. You know, as a health coach, I feel like I'm the person's cheerleader. You know, whatever your goal is, I'm there cheering you on. I absolutely believe that you can achieve it. And I will be there and I'll explore and I'll listen and I can share information if and when it's helpful and if you want it. So it's a journey that we go on together. It's about personalised care and support planning, having one plan, not having to tell your story over and over again. And it's also about personal health budgets, where people may want to have complete control of their health care and have that in the form of a personal health budget. So health coaching, self-management, peer support are core components of the supported self-management of the personalised care model. Personalised care and support plans, again, in Cornwall, we have a rolling programme now of personalised care and support planning training, which is free to anyone working across health and care. And it's all about having a series of conversations with the person or the people that know them well. So sometimes when people lack capacity, we need to find out from other people what really matters to that person. And it's about really finding out what health and well-being means for them in the context of their family, in their community, not what it means for us. Okay, so too often we project our values onto others and we expect them to live in the way that we think would be good for them, and we have to put that aside. So the discussion should also explore the things that aren't working in the person's life and find out what people really want to achieve and what actions they can take to move it forward. So thinking about supporting people with long-term health needs, such as pain management, how many of the conversations that professionals are having are about how people manage their physical and mental health? How many of the conversations do you think Any professionals here? Any people who experience those conversations? I'd say it's about 90% of the conversations we have with people are about how they're going to manage their physical and emotional and mental health. And if every one of those conversations led to the person better managing their health and their pain, what do you think that would give to the person, and what do you think it would give to your services? So imagine if every one of those conversations led to a positive outcome. So it's really important that we shift the skills of the professionals working across health and care so that they understand how behaviour change works. They understand about the importance of listening in that process and in communication to enable us to stop wasting resources, to help people not get stuck in due to pharmacology or due to not having the right conversations at the right time. And it's also could lead to preventable deaths. Reduce preventable deaths. So people often know what they should do. How many of you have some health behaviours you know that you probably shouldn't do? Any hands up? Anyone being honest? Oh, well done. Yeah, nicer honesty in the room. Yeah, we all have habits that we know we probably shouldn't do. That glass of wine in the evening, the bar of chocolate in the morning. Okay, but making a change is often much more difficult. So despite good intentions, just giving someone information is not enough to help change a behaviour. So it really is moving to a different kind of conversations. And instead of treating people as passive recipients of care, we have to view them as partners in the business of healing, in the players in the promotion of health, and managers of their own healthcare resources. We have to put people back at the heart, and we have to trust them. So this is new skills for a new relationship. This is a whole cultural change across health and care, where, health and care professionals are trained in behaviour change theories. They're trained in active listening. They're trained in motivational strategies and good communication. And the person is seen as able to determine the goals that they want to achieve, to use self-discovery, to promote, we would explore active learning, so they're learning on that journey, skills which will help them, sort of skills that Sean talked about. And that together with education and with practice, they'll work towards their goals, and they will take control of monitoring their behaviours. And people will start to feel more accountable for caring for themselves. So a coaching approach is very much a culture of encouraging resourcefulness. We believe that people are experts in their own life. Okay, I'm sure many of you have gone for a consultation, and I certainly know I've experienced it, where maybe you felt the person wasn't really believing what you were saying, or you hadn't really felt listened to. And we have to trust what people are telling us. People contribute to generating their own solutions, and we make decisions together. And that people believe they have an active role in their health, and people are supported to define and measure their own goals. And we focus on all the intrinsic and extrinsic motivators. And if psychological factors need to be addressed, then that happens too, that we don't just act, that anything that happens in the mind is affecting the body, and anything that's happening in the body is affecting the mind. We can't separate the two, body, mind and spirit. So health coaching is about helping people gain the knowledge, skills and confidence to become active participants in their care, so they can reach their own health and well-being goals. And it raises awareness and increases responsibility for their health and well-being. And it supports people to change the relationship that they have to a challenge or problem. We may not be able to remove a challenge or remove a problem, but we can change our relationship to it and how we approach it. So it's not just about being nice. These slides will be available after today, so I won't go on. But what we know is that actually all of the research shows that from all of the interventions we can offer, from all of the advice we can give, the thing that people value the most is people having a friendly communication style and feeling listened to. Okay, so that's valued above anything else. So in Cornwall, we're really lucky. We have a rolling funded training programme. It's free to anyone working across health and care. You can see Nikki and Jake in the break time. If you'd like to register, they'll send you information about how you can book in on that. And our aim is to improve everyone's experience across health and care, one conversation at a time. So thank you for listening. Quick change of the glasses. So now I'm going to introduce Kevin Fevier. So again, Kevin is, I've had the pleasure to work alongside Kevin in bringing the pain cafes to Cornwall. And Kevin has extensive experience working as a psychologist in education, social care, youth services and business development. And he's designed programs and projects for organisations across the UK, Europe and the US, focusing on everything from trauma to change management, and works with people of all ages and backgrounds. And Kevin, again, is somebody who does an awful lot unpaid just to help people have better lives, and is a very inspiring person to work alongside. So, Kevin, would you like to come up?
That's very kind of you. Oh, I didn't know how. Oh, can you hear me? Everything's falling off now. I didn't quite know how to start this. I'm actually learning to sing at the moment, so I thought with the music stuff I would sing, but then I thought that's probably more pain than you really need to cope with at the moment. But actually I've been quite inspired by some of the things that have gone on today, so I thought we'd start with a bit of a visualisation. So if you wouldn't mind just closing your eyes and just being present in the room for a minute, and then just thinking, I'm listening to Kevin. Well, he's actually very interesting. No, I like that point. Yeah, I don't need to heckle or boo. I'll be fine. And then come back into the room. And then everything should be fine. No, not really. I'm privileged to be here because I am working with a team of very inspirational people as well. And, I've suffered my own pain, and a lot of my work has been around mental health and people's mental pain and the struggles that they've experienced. But actually, one of the things I've always wanted, I've worked in rooms and I've had, is it too low? Yeah. I've worked in rooms and, clinics and places like that. But the one thing I've always felt was that there are people out there doing so much for themselves, and it's not always acknowledged. And I think that within communities, people are constantly supporting each other. And, over the COVID pandemic, we saw lots of people going out doing very practical things. But also, when I sit in cafes or, various halls, village halls, I listen to the conversations that people are having, and they really are trying to support each other, to move on, acting as a safety valve. And there is a real powerful, natural resource and energy amongst human beings, with each other in communities, that I feel we should do much more with. And part of what we're doing with the pain programme, Connected by Pain in Cornwall, is trying to make the best use of that. And part of, indeed, what we're doing with Imagine If, and I'll share a bit more about that, is trying to make the best use of that resource. Now, it isn't always right. Sometimes people don't always say the right things, but with guidance, with coaching, with the right kind of conversation, actually, we can really build upon that natural resource that's out there. And we don't always have to refer to CAMS or to medical services or whatever. Sometimes there's enough out there in the people in this room and in the communities in which we live that can be so powerful. I'm doing a piece of work with Hackney at the moment, looking at young people's services. And you understand Hackney's a London borough with all the sorts of problems that they're experiencing, including youth violence and gangs and knife crime, etc. But the thing that the young people have been saying to me all the time was actually having someone to listen to me and hear what I'm saying, and not make it all authoritative, medical, but actually being there is one of the most powerful things and most useful things to have. And consequently, that's what we've been looking at within the Pain Cafe. So that's the next slide, which I didn't like myself. I don't know where it's gone. There it is. So we're going to say a little bit about what we're doing and who we are, and just give you some examples. Because in a sense, the researchers are out there. There's a lot of research that's been done. And what I think we're trying to do is link the research or the evidence with the experience. So marrying or crocheting, if you want to, those two things together. So that the evidence becomes part of people's lives, but within the experience that people are living and the communities that they're living in with that. So this is we've set up we're in the process of setting up a number of pain cafes. And I will say now that I'm speaking on behalf of a team who are looking at me at the moment, Debs and Sean and Libby and Kate and others out there. So anything I say will be used and taken down as evidence against me at a meeting at another time. But, I mean, can I just point out Libby, can you just stand up? She didn't want to say too much today. She doesn't realise that. But Libby's actually coordinating a number of cafes across Cornwall, which I'll explain a bit more about in a moment. But the idea of a cafe is to say that people want to talk about the experience because of the fear, the humiliation, the isolation, the loneliness of living with persistent pain or living with a mental health issue. Is that people do feel they do get very isolated and separated. And partly what we wanted is somewhere people could come in and feel that it was a place that they could step into, like you would step into any cafe. So it's an informal setting. It's still a professional background. There's still a professional gravitas that lies behind what people are saying. But the setting is one where people feel comfortable and can come into that process. We'll just go through some of the things that we're doing. The aim of what we're doing, you can see there, and the slides will be available afterwards, won't they? So you can pick up on some of these. But we do want to reduce the use of medication, but we want people to be empowered. So following on from what Debs is saying around the personalised care and the coaching, we want people to feel that they're in control of what they're doing and develop the skills and the confidence to manage that for themselves and feel enabled to do that. And we found that by bringing people together, by people sharing their stories like Sean, and hearing that and recognising that actually I'm not the only person that feels this, does provide people with that kind of support and opportunity. And you've probably heard of the biopsychosocial model, yeah? You all know about that. So it's starting with that. We've decided we're doing the social psycho-bio model. We're swapping it around. We're starting with the social and bringing people together. Within that, we can talk about the psychology, the skills, not pills approach. And then the last bit is we're working with pharmacists and GPs where they can deal with the bio part of it. But our part is social, because people are social and people do integrate and talk with each other. A few things about the kind of approach that we do. Compassionate curiosity. I do absolutely believe, because of the uniqueness of the human being and individual, we cannot know everything. Lots of people say, I need to know it. I need to be the expert to get there. Part of my research is into professional knowledge. Why does a doctor suddenly become a consultant? And what is expertise? And actually, we cannot know everything. But what we can be is curious. And with some compassion, find out people's journeys and explore that with people. So often we're on a kind of exploring role as part of what we're doing. That creating we is part of it. It's like, this is not you and me. This is not them and us. But actually it's something about how we together can solve this. So part of the cafes is bringing people together, because we cannot always do it alone, but we can, through the we, bring it together. And make my day. Part of that is having fun. You may have seen some of these cards that are out. Some people just use them as fans. Thanks very much for that, Leanna. Yeah. If you want fans, then there are more. On screen, that's what they are. Make my day, though, was part of, we just finished a social European project on social and emotional learning, about how sometimes the stigma of mental health, the stigma of pain, the stigma of anything that's mental becomes too much. And actually, we need to make it a bit more informal and a bit more fun. And part of what we're trying to do within our work is actually engage people in the process. So we wrote a book. It's not quite as impressive as your three, though. All right. This is the book we wrote. But we didn't write the book because actually there's a school in Devon, and they had problems with young people in their year 6 around relationships and being together, and also recognising that's a transition before secondary school. We went in and talked about, what does it look like to you? What's well-being? What does it look like to be confident? What does it look like to feel like this? How can you feel positive in your relationships with other people? And the task was, we went through some of the exercises of what that was. Then they had to design an activity or a project or a product that they could sell to other people. And we had a Dragon's Den where they came up. But one of the groups came up with this, and it's called Make My Day Book. And they've literally, this is a group of year 6s who have written a story about someone losing an elephant, and then each one says what they could do to make each other's day. So there's a whole thing that it goes through so that the toy is found. And even at the end, they came up with their own recipe for a cupcake, a Make My Day cupcake. So what we did, all the pictures, all the words, all the pictures are drawn by them. The parents said they're not recognised how much the children took this home and got so involved with the process. They loved the drawing. But in the drawing, in the writing, in putting the book together, they talked about mental health and well-being. They talked about their relationships. So for me, it goes back to that bit that Debs is saying, and I do, fully believe in all of the personalised care. People engaged do want to do things and get on with things. And now there are projects. So part of what we're trying to do is, the Make My Days, do something artistic, do something fun. It doesn't always have to be serious or medical or whatever. Change is possible. Plasticity of the brain. We've learned so much about how the brain works that we know that change is possible. And I'll pick up in a minute. So. And then we use little tools. So what I'm trying to introduce you is that although the evidence is out there, what we're trying to do is make it available to people so it becomes part of their routines, their habits, and changing that. Do you know about the power of yet? I can't do this yet. I don't want to do that yet. 3 letters, Y-E-T, 2 exclamation marks if you want. Shouldn't really do that grammatically, should only be 1. But it comes from a woman called Carol Dweck, talks about growth mindset. And the whole thing is you don't have to get things right. So many people I've worked with say, well, I've got to do it. You haven't got to do it yet. You work towards it. There's a journey. There's things to do. So quite often if people say to us, I can't do it, I don't want to do that, whatever, just put yet. Because you're not ready now, but it doesn't mean you don't have to do in the future. I mean, I find, so we often, as part of the cafes, the exercises, what we do, just offer little tools like that. So you'll find 1 or 2 of these scattered amongst what we're doing. Another one is the Make My Day. What makes your day? Anybody? Quick examples? Go home and make, what a simple thing that is, to have your children make you a cup of tea.
It's just there. I nip to the bathroom, the kids will come out and bruise there.
Hang on a minute, you've gone to the bathroom on the way to have your kids make a cup of tea. But that's fine, yeah. Okay, cup of tea. Couple of other ideas? I'll speak them so the people at home can see.
Waking up to my daughter like she's a baby to smile in the morning.
Right, so waking up to your daughter's smile. That's lovely. That makes that, any other things? Nature. Anything particular about nature?
Usually foraging in a hedge somewhere. I'm very happy.
There you go. Hedge foraging. You will see Debs in a hedge in Cornwall in some places around. But do you see how simple it can be? Sometimes the Make My Day, I mean, I often say it's like a smile, it's a context. When we did some research into young people and helping behaviour across, we did it across 12 countries. It follows on from what Debs is saying. One of the most important things that people said was they were acknowledged. Someone saw them. Someone noticed them. You don't have to make things better, but you can do little things that help people feel that they're part of it, because that's where we're at. So, I'll leave that with you. You think about what your 5 a day are. I think the fruit and veg people have overdone the 5 a day thing. So there's a mental health well-being 5 a day that I think I'm not going to ask you that right now. So what we're doing is we're running pain cafes, which I'll go into a bit more detail now. We're running community health hubs across Cornwall, so we're setting up things in village halls, local spaces. Again, Libby's been very prominent in that, offering people teas, coffees, but medication checks, opportunities to talk through issues, etc. So we're trying to create that sense of community-based approach to what we're doing. Social prescribing or community navigation is what we're talking about. A new program now for those that live out in the work with farmers is that we've worked with the Farming Health Hub because there are issues around mental health, well-being, domestic violence within farming communities. So we're looking to offer support to that. But many men like me, old, white, grey men, don't often go... You weren't meant to laugh at that bit, Sean. They don't go seeking support. They will seek possibly the pub, the Red Lion and a pint of beer or whatever around there, but they don't go seeking support because it's not easy to do for all sorts of reasons that you all know about. So what we're looking at, who are the people they do talk to? So we've done some research with Exeter University. Farmers, who do you think the two people they would most talk to about any issues? The cows and the animals. That didn't come up, but okay, we'll take that as an example. Well, we'll use that one in the future. Sounds like Dr. Dolittle, doesn't it? The mates at the pub. So no, interestingly, they don't often share things with the... Well, not vets, but it has become. But vets are one. No, not even family members, they don't. So largely, it's someone independent. And it used to be, and you'll be amazed at this, the bank manager or a GP, and now vets. So those people in professional positions are offering professional support in one area, finance, animal welfare, whatever. But also, they're starting to have a conversation about well-being and mental health, about that. Why? Because they're trusted people. They're people in the community. I'll go back to what I said at the beginning. They're people in the community that people know and trust. Therefore, I can test this out. If Kevin, the counsellor, comes in and sits in a room, he's a bit dodgy. Why would I talk to him? Because you were not meant to laugh at that either. So. Yeah, because you wouldn't know me. So you've got to look at the trust. So what we're looking at is, and we've been piloting what we call accidental counselling. It's quite popular in Australia. I don't see much of it. But giving people some of the skills, like vets, indeed insurance brokers, mutual people are like that, and also accountants. Because they're the people that actually have a relationship and actually want to do more. So it's things that they can do to help be a safety valve in the first instance, but also be a gateway to the more professional medical support that might come after that. The reason they talked to the bank manager, they knew the bank manager for years and years and years. What's happened now? The bank managers are gone. You don't often get to see a bank manager. GPs, they knew for years and years and years. But actually, there's quite often they're seeing different people and they're not sure what's up. So we're looking at supporting that, the health coaching and other things like that. So, pain cafes. As I said before, we want it to be informal, available, and accessible, that somewhere could go. So that's why it's like an atmosphere like that. Easy to talk to. Do you like all the E's? I do like a little bit of alliteration. And I just thought the 7 E's would work. We most of them. Easy to talk to. Oh no, the last one's really dodgy. Easy to talk to. Everybody's involved. Recognising that whoever you are, you have something to offer. I've worked with a lot of parents who have been third generation unemployed, saying, why would anybody talk to me? Because I've got nothing to offer. We believe and say to people, everybody's got something to offer. Everybody's got a tale to tell, or something to say or to support to other people, and it's valuing that part of the person. Being engaging and meaningful, encouraging, enlightening, educational, in the sense that whilst we believe in the informal support, sometimes that needs adjusting, it needs adapting, and part of what we're doing is looking at offering ways to do that. So through the cafe atmosphere, we can move into talking about, through the social, you can move into talking about the psycho and some of the things that people can do with that. So it's about well-being conversations, recognising that, and it goes back to what Deb was saying, conversation is at the heart of it. What did you say, 90%? Let's say that again. What did you say, 90%? 90% of conversations, I get too excited at times, 90% of conversations are about health and well-being. So actually, conversations are at the heart of what we can do. Get conversations right. We could get so much right. Knowing just how to respond more effectively, knowing what to say can make a real difference to people. And it is all about making connections. So we're looking at making peer connections. Part of the work of the cafes is building the connections socially between people. But also, as a psychologist, I'm really interested in the connections that go on within the mind. So would there someone like on the oh, you can see it at home on the screen, can't you? Anybody like to say what this says? Can you read this? Do you like to read? Are you reading this? Right, what I asked you to say was, can you say what's on the screen? And you went, can you read this? But it's actually, couldn't you question mark. And do you like to eat? But it's just showing that there is a connection. This is a friend of mine, Bo Lotto, who does a lot of work with neuroscience and wrote a book called Deviate, brought some of this together. What you've done is our brain automatically makes connections. So around pain, around mental health, around the sense of who we are as people, we've made connections. And when we see something, we can fill in those gaps. Now, I introduced the word read. So within introducing the word read, I've added a history to our conversation. So automatically you've said, are you reading this? Whereas actually, it could be something quite different. So the connections we make can keep us going down the same roads within our minds or within our brains, and it doesn't allow the opportunity. Part of what we're trying to do with the skills not pills approach is say, just think slightly differently, because pain isn't all in the brain. It isn't, it is holistic. But part of what we can do is think about the messaging we have. So just don't always assume it's going to be reading. There may be something else. Think about the other opportunities that you can do in order to manage where you're at. So pain and damage, etc. We've gone through. I'll pick these. We do just talk about the kind of holistic approach to some of these things. I'm aware of time, but I think that's been covered a bit. So, but we do talk to people within the cafes about some of the issues, about how you manage some of these things, in terms of, a fire alarm. A fire alarm doesn't actually know there's a fire. When a fire alarm gets set off, it doesn't actually know there's a fire. What it reads is heat or smoke. So it assumes there's a fire because there's heat or smoke. So actually, there's no pathway in our brain that says it's pain. All right? Actually, what we're doing is using lots of other things to find it. So if we can encourage people to think about their experiences and what pain and or what mental health, whatever looks like, then there's an opportunity to change some of that direction. So, oh gosh, anybody like to, have you done this before? No, but it does mess with your head, doesn't it? Thanks, Jay, for that. It does mess with your head. This is an old psychology exercise, which, in terms of time, we haven't got time to do it, but effectively, you can if I said to you, read the words, yellow, blue, orange, black, red, green, purple, yellow, red, etc., you would read them really quickly. But if I asked you to read the colours of the words, so it would go green, red, blue, yellow, blue, black, it becomes a much more slow process. You will have this in your slides afterwards. By the way, for those people at home, you can do this at home. Don't worry about doing these things at home. That is okay. No warning against it. But, and we use this a lot in schools. We use this a lot with children and young people. They want it. Every time I go back in, they want it because they've all been practicing. And the argument is, you'll be able to read the colours of the words as quickly as you can read the words, because you can change the connections in your mind. It's a new kind of learning muscle, as I describe it with them, when it's up there. But actually, you could do that. So if you can do that around reading the colours of words, you can do it around the way you think about other things as well. And this is just a little exercise that we use as a way of, you can, distract yourself from what you're thinking or feeling, as a way of just going into it and practicing and knowing that you can achieve it. It's a bit like a musical instrument, isn't it? It's a bit about practice. I'm learning the cello as well. You just got to keep practicing. With this, keep practicing, you'll be able to do that. And then that's the changing of habits that I think Debs is talking about. We've talked a little, I've said before, we're doing the community health hubs. What's really important, trying to pick up on what you've said, what's been said before, is they are place-based, and it is around community connections. That they're systemic, personalised. So we are really looking at the community and people in the community becoming part of that support network. In Hackney, there is a long, long wait for young people who have got a mental health issue or been referred to go into CAMS. And you're probably aware of these kind of services. So actually, what can we do within? And part of the pain cafes is creating spaces where people can come together, begin to manage things for themselves with other people, but in a way that feels like it's informal and they can be in control. And it is about building confidence, reducing isolation, medication management, looking at new ways of doing things, supporting, reducing the visits to GPs. All of these are important to the health service. But within that, what we're trying to do is enable people to do that. These become secondary because people feel more empowered and more approached. A little bit of maths. Anybody good at maths? Well, we'll move on then. Little bit of maths, he says. Anybody like to say what that is? Anybody like to solve that equation? What's the B? Nope. That's a nice idea, though. We'll do that in the future. B is behaviour. B is behaviour. So do you know mathematics? So the small f is a functioning of. So behaviour is a function of P and E. What's P and E? No. It's personality and environment. Kurt Lewin, who was a social psychologist back in the early 1600s, probably, I don't know, it was not quite a long time ago. But behaviour is a function of personality in interaction with the environment. And partly what we're saying is that as a psychologist, I've probably spent too long as a counsellor in a room talking to one person, but not looking at the interaction. What does the environment around someone, how does that influence their behaviour? And more we look at communities and what's going on, then that community will influence behaviour as much as the person. And there are people who will predict to say, I could go into a classroom of children and I could change the behaviour of one child by never actually talking to that child, because you change the nature of the interaction environment. The same thing happens with mental health and pain. Change the environment. Make the environment a place where people feel comfortable. That changes the way people start thinking and behaving, which opens up the opportunities. So going back to the Tai Chi bit, which is you doing certain behaviours to open up. So part of the cafes in that style is to open up things so that people are then have opportunities to think, feel, and therefore behave differently. And the last bit is just a few more kind of things. We use imagine if. Imagine if I was living a life without pain. What would it look like? So it's giving people those opening opportunities. The 5 a day that I've already talked about. Flip it. Which is often this, why me? Why now? Why should I? Into, how do I end up here? So encouraging people to use that curiosity to explore what's going on, rather than the kind of why, which is, it's all wrong, it's bad, I shouldn't be here, into the exploratory opportunity. How did I end up here? What was going on for that? What were the factors that were part of that? So you can start the conversations in a different, I get really, why I'm always so stressed, to how can I stay calm as part of that? So these are just these are little tools. They're not big. It's like they make my day. We don't have to do a lot, but actually it can make a big difference in ordinary people. I am cold. I need to get myself warm. I am fat. I could be thinner, etc. So it's ways in which we support people to think different. I'm not a great believer that you have to be positive. There's a woman called Susan David who talks about emotional agility and that sense of feelings are data to how we feel, to what's going on for us, and they are both positive and negative. We don't have to turn everything to positive, but the opportunity to think, right, what can I do differently, and how can I behave differently, and how can I think differently, and who can I be with, is all part of that process. Just back to the cafes, we've done quite a few cafes in terms of, and this is Libs that's come, what did you find useful? Peer support, understanding I'm not alone, the relaxation therapies, all of it. Libby, she was great. Lived experience stories, etc. So there's a number of things now where we're getting feedback from people saying this is what is important and why it is important. And that's what we're doing. That's the pain cafes in Cornwall. So there are a number being set up. Do talk to Libsville over there, and you're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kevin. That was amazing, and and I know the team here, Sean, Libby, and Kevin, be really happy to answer any questions throughout the day. So I'm going to hand over to Nicole Mitchell. Is Mitchell, not Michelle, I'm hoping, who's practiced massage in Cornwall since 1998. And she offers a holistic and integrated approach to massage and well-being. So,
Could I have a chair and someone bring the... Yeah, because I'll probably go. Am I all right in this one? And could I have a willing volunteer, please? Do you want to bring your chair over as well? Thank you, Reach, and thank you, Chaos, for organising all this. This is quite an amazing day, and I feel somewhat regulated, bearing in mind I always get a bit nervous about these things due to the exercises we've been doing. Come closer. And I think there are some amazing things coming out today that really sit well with me. Things about safety, meet me where I am, with and not to. But I think you heard it here first that Kevin said, ease are good. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to do a very quick grounding breathing exercise, and then we'll do some a very brief hand massage. I'd invite you to maybe partner up if you want to. However, if you don't want to, most of what I'm going to show you can apply to yourself as well. And actually, if you're in a space where you're thinking either I've got pain or I'm stressed out, which causes inflammation in the body, which can manifest as pain, then this is something that you can do to divert or just to help maybe take the edge off of pain for you. So there will be some handouts which you're welcome to come and help yourself to afterwards. So if you're happy to, just maybe see if you can place your feet on the floor. If you want to close your eyes, you can. Now, some people aren't comfortable with breathing exercises, and there might be a really good reason for that. That might be down to some sort of trauma which may be impinged on breathing. So, again, only do this if you're comfortable. And I just want you to just focus on breathing a little deeper. And then I want you to imagine that you're breathing into your heart. And then just bring to mind either a happy memory, or you could think of someone that you love, or something you feel grateful for. Just sit with that thought.
And then when you're ready, just relax your breath. Still breathing into your heart. And when you're ready, you can just come back into the room. Okay, so I've got permission to touch you. Brilliant. Consent is vital. So if you want to maybe face me, the first thing that I'm going to do is a hand sandwich. And I'm sorry, I'm a bit sweaty. Bit salty. The hand sandwich, when I went to a memory cafe a few years ago, a lady kept saying, "Oh, you and a half making me feel hungry, Nicole. You keep talking about ham sandwiches." So people remember a hand sandwich. And that's just a really nice way to physically seek permission to hold, touch somebody. It's grounding. It's also defining the area that I'm allowed to touch. And it's accessible, because what's the first thing we do? Hello, all right? So a hand sandwich. And then if there's no inflammation, so arthritis, etc., with someone who presents you with their hand, you can do little hand circles. If you're comfortable, you can partner up and you can join in. So literally, little circles. You're right. Yeah, I've lost the room now. But you can do this on yourself as well. So just gentle little circles. And that's known as petrissage in the profession. And then the next one I'm going to do are fingertip holds. And this is one that I use a lot in my hand massage. And literally you pinch either side of each fingernail. And this is kind of a diversion, but it's also used for helping with pain management. And some people might use a variation of this, I think, for people who live with anxiety, stress. And again, anxiety, stress, inflammation levels go up, pain levels go up. And you generally tend to hold for about 1 to 2 minutes per digit. So actually, a hand massage that's very still can suddenly sort of start to take quite a while. And what I would say as well is this, again, with the consent of the person that you're with, might be an inroad to some of that accidental counselling that we were talking about. And quite often I find people come to my practice who, have come from a very physical hands-on, they've got pain. But the space that I hold means that actually the accidental counselling does go on. And that's where the healing really begins, that whole sense of safety. So it's literally just pinching either side of the fingernails. So they're fingertip holds. And again, it's about 1 to 2 minutes. Or when someone starts to maybe move slightly, change the way they're breathing, that might be the signal that you've done your work there. And I want to finish all of your fingertips now, because that's the way I work, Emily. I feel like I won't have done it all otherwise. And then the next one, if there's anyone who's pregnant in the room, you want to avoid having this done to you. It's called large intestine 4. And basically it's found in the V between your thumb and forefinger. There's a little sort of almost a fleshy bit. You're not pregnant, are you? You've announced it on TV if you are. And basically it's also known as the Great Eliminator, but it's one of the 4 gates. So the two of the gates are your large intestine on each hand and also liver 3 on each of your feet. And it's in a very similar looking place in your feet between your big and first toes. But anyway, digressing as I do, it's used to eliminate pain as well for people. So again, you can either self-administer. I always find, though, with the connections between people, that actually somebody else administering it is better. because you're getting the oxytocin effect, you're getting the endorphin effect, you're getting the dopamine effect through connections. And then the final little pressure point is small intestine 3. Really good for headaches and sort of like that upper neck, head, shoulder tension that we can carry around. And that's a funny little one. So you go down from the little finger, trace down, and if you look at the sort of, is it the lifeline? Anybody does that sort of thing? Where you go to the edge of the lifeline and where the sort of texture of the palm of the hand, I'm putting you into really peculiar positions, Emily, thank you. Where the texture changes between the palm and the back of the hand. And then if you just give it a little push, the little finger, if it's relaxed, will just start to go, boop, boop. And you've probably got about the right space. Don't get too hung up. No, you don't have to go that way around. Emily's just being really flexible. I would normally do it like this. So, Monty, you can relax your arm down and let Kevin hold you in a more comfortable position. He'll be doing this next. And again, just this one's good for sort of headaches and upper neck, head, tension, shoulders, amongst other things. And I think it's also really good for clearing your mind as well. So if you've gotten a bit bogged down, feeling a bit anxious, stressed out. And then finally, I tend to like finishing with ham sandwich. And some people, like my partner, he's a bit funny about the ham sandwich because he feels like, oh my God, you're constricting me. And he immediately wants to knee-jerk out of that situation. So again, I would meet him where he is in that moment. And it might just be that I do a half sandwich, an open sandwich. So, is that what it is? So I'll tell him he likes Danish sandwiches. So again, this is just a really nice way to say goodbye to the body. Okay, well, thank you very much. You can come and help yourself to leaflets as well, or handouts. Yeah, that's so lovely.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. That was fantastic, and I think we'll probably all be trying some of those techniques out. So we're going to move on now, and we're going to do our Q&A panel. So if I can ask for our panel to come up to the front. If you could bring a chair, that would be great, unless you want to sit down. So Libby, Sean. So just a request, when you ask your question, if you could say who the question is for, so that we get the right person answering the right question. They may all have the answer. But if you could just, make sure that if you don't know the name or you can't remember, because like me, you've not got a good memory for names, then please feel free to point. Okay, so I think we have some roving microphones, am I right? So when people put their hands up to ask a question, you will have a microphone coming your way. So thank you, panel, our marvellous panel of wisdom here. Who would like to ask a question? I thought I saw Seb's going hand up there, yeah. Microphone coming your way. Who's the question for, Seb?
Right, I'll just go one at a time, and maybe if I have time later. Yeah. So this one will be for Dr. Lyman. Yeah.
Great.
Basically, there's plenty of evidence in different methods to kind of help with the management of pain. I don't know if you're aware, well, because it sounded like you were quite polyvagally informed in your approach into safety and all this. So have you ever heard of, and what's your thought of, IFS, or internal family systems, as a way as well of dealing with pain, and emotional awareness and expression therapy? I don't know if you're aware of that one, from Howard Schurbiner in the States.
Yeah.
And what is your approach? Because linked with mental health and emotions and the whole psychology behind it, how would you? Yeah, what's your view first of all?
Yeah, great question. So I know about EAET, which is Howard Schubiner's sort of emotional awareness therapy, and also sort of different types of polyvagal therapy. You know, I don't. And maybe I should have said at the beginning of the talk, I see myself more as a a doctor, an informed journalist, speaking to people with experiences of pain, experts in the field. But yeah, there are lots of really interesting therapies that are being sort of mind-body therapies that are being tested at the moment and have been tested recently. There's something called chronic functional therapy. There's a big randomized studies just come out about that, and something called pain reprocessing therapy. And why I'm saying different types of therapies is that my opinion is that if there's a therapy that listens to the person, understands the person in pain, sees where they're from, and enables them to take agency and understand pain and reduce fear, reduce threat, increase safety, then the exact modality of the therapy doesn't matter too much, if that makes sense. I've seen a lot of good evidence for EAET, and I'm sure for polyvagal type therapies as well. So that was a bit of a rambling question, just basically saying as long as there are those core elements of a kind of quote unquote psychological or mind-body type therapy for pain, and as long as they help the patient on their journey, and as long as there is structure, and as long as the therapist and the person in pain both trust, so have this element of trust between them, and both know that they are working to a goal, even if they're not completely aligned to begin with. As long as there's that, then there are lots of different types of therapy that can help people live with their pain, reduce their pain, sometimes eliminate it, if that makes sense. But I do believe that there's a need for large trials as well, to look at different types of therapies. But just because a therapy hasn't necessarily undergone a large expensive randomized control trial doesn't mean that it doesn't work and it isn't helpful for someone. So I've kind of sort of answered your question, but sort of talked about a more general idea. But I hope that was helpful.
From a view of application, basically, how would you envision being able in the NHS to integrate a view that is polyvagal informed and also trauma informed, so that we are not relieving the trauma amongst our team, right? And with our patients from every step of the... Because I know there's a government kind of guideline or the trauma-informed practices kind of like a approach and a movement towards, but how do you actually envision making sure that we can apply that and not die in the attempt?
Yeah, no, that's a really, really important question. I don't have an easy answer. A lot of the work I do is restricted by the specific restrictions in the locations and in the location and the NHS and funding and different things like that. But from my point of view, I think education, not just to people in pain, but to clinicians, is so key, and getting them on board is a hugely important first step. In terms of practicalities about these kind of therapies, I mean, I don't know if anyone else wants to answer this necessarily, but meeting people where they are, for example, the pain cafes is a brilliant idea. In terms of being trauma informed, there's need for all kinds of clinicians to be more knowledgeable about that, basically. And so education is so key. And about how that takes a form, I'm not going to necessarily give a prescriptive answer, but there is a huge need for it. There is the reason we're all here today is a show of progress, but there's a long way to go. So again, a slightly vague answer, but I hope that that's helpful. Cheers.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Yeah, Jack. There.
Thank you. The first question may be best for Libby and Kevin. It was just, I know I could ask you privately, but if the answer might be helpful for other people. It's just around the pain cafes, and am I right in thinking that majority of it is around that peer support and shared experience? How much is there kind of more professional clinical input?
I think each pain cafe runs quite differently. I think it's predominantly about the participants, what pain they're in, what their journey's been, if they've suffered with chronic pain for 30 years, 2 years. So it's quite organic in that respect. We often find that some of the participants really are very favourable towards a structured course, and they want to come in and they want to write information down and they just want to take everything in. Other people that participate, that attend, really do well from peer support. So it varies person to person, and it really varies on their story. But as facilitators, it's really important that we give them the option of both. So obviously, for instance, I run a Truro one, which runs differently than the Perranporth one. Some wonderful ladies started their Helston Pain Cafe yesterday. Again, that was different. And then we have one over in Bodmin, which is different again. So it just boils down to the facilitator and the people attending. Would you want to say anything, Kevin?
Well, I do think that the peer support, it goes back to that, it's the social bit first. It's the peer, because that's the bit that finds other people. But it has to be supported by clinical inputs and educational inputs, because what we don't want is, we've talked about it, haven't we? What you don't want is people to start doing things for themselves, and actually it's going against some of the evidence. So it's making sure. So there will always be a clinical or educational input into it, but informally, not necessarily. But within that.
But as with 2-hour sessions, part of that session will be a 10-foot steps. So it's the curriculum that I learnt at the pain management program will be taught in the pain cafes. Whether we do, organically go to doing a structured one and a pain cafe so they can have their social too. That obviously we've only started in January, so we're learning as well. But it is structured, and they get their social, and they go. We set up WhatsApp groups as well, and if you go on the WhatsApp groups, there's very little about pain. It's all about what they're doing, going for walks, meeting for coffees. And it's brilliant. It's like a self-help group help. It's incredible.
Yeah, thanks. I think what we were thinking in St Austell was kind of one structured, following the LWWP, and then one social, and kind of intermingling the two. The other question I had was just around, is there a way of, again, maybe I should know more on this, but is there a simple way of anyone being able to explain body reprogramming and that role within chronic pain and chronic conditions? Or is that opening up too much of a...
I think with body reprogramming, I have spoken to quite a lot of the people over in Derriford and the lead physios over there. Body reprogramming is generally for more fibro patients, I would say, and it works, evidence-based there that it has worked better for those patients. We are working quite closely with the pain consultants in the pain clinic in the hospital in Cornwall, trying to help them and reduce their waiting lists, because I think at the moment their lists are at about 20 plus weeks now to get into their pain clinic. So it's something worth thinking. No, that's Trelisk. So something to really worth thinking about is that perhaps the pain cafes are bridging that gap and in between the GPs and the pain clinics, and the body reprogramming as well. But it is slightly different, more for fibro.
So Jack, I've trained through the body reprogramming training as well, and I'd say it's a slightly more medical model in some elements. It starts with the medical components, and it's a much more structured educational program for people. But yes, I'd say it's very much more ME, fibromyalgia kind of approach within that. So, not to say that that both can't be brought into a pain cafe structure, because I think they absolutely could. But I guess it's who your cafe is for, perhaps. But I would also say there's a significant overlap between the two. So there's not, more the approach that's different than maybe some of the content.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Kate.
I was hoping to return to trauma. Sorry, that sounds really silly. But it's really a question. I think it's probably for Libby and Kevin, just to put them on the spot. I mean, we listened to what Monty said, and, from both a personal, professional and academic point of view, I've become very interested in the role of trauma in the development and maintenance of chronic pain. I wonder how we can address this issue in a safe way within the cafe setup, in that clearly we're not going to be offering trauma therapy within a cafe, but we want people to have the opportunity to explore other backgrounds to their pain and other solutions that might help, though getting trauma therapy is not easy. So it's a bit of a rambly question, but...
And I think the cafes are the starting point for some of those journeys. So I think there is a bit about engaging with people, identifying what's going on for them, building their confidence and skills to then look at what other things might be. Now, maybe someone... I mean, I used to work in London with someone which was literally a cupcake shop, and they, in the evenings, had a session for women who had experienced domestic violence, making cupcakes and doing that. Now, it may be that the cafe could have a more specialist part where you bring those things in. I think going back to trauma and stuff though, but trauma informed means you've got to have a whole organisational approach to that as well, that people have to understand it's the way you're greeted and met that comes into it. It's not just the therapeutic or the therapy itself, it is the approach. So that's what you need to build into the cafe at the beginning, is how are people greeted, treated, etc., etc. And then beyond that, a more specific trauma therapy activity could easily be built in, but it wouldn't necessarily be part of an open session. No, I would imagine. No. I think personally, for safety reasons.
Yeah, no, I mean, safety is the key, and we talk about people supporting people to move out of their comfort zone, but you actually need a comfort zone to move out of.
Yeah, exactly
and some people don't have that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. I just had a question for Sean. I guess just wondering what the turning point for you was that led you to being open to other approaches other than the medication route, and what your advice would be when encouraging others who are dealing with opioid dependency. Like, what would be that kind of encouragement to get them to look at a more holistic approach?
Okay, so it was my light bulb moment was the two things: me stopping breathing, so I had to do something because I might have become a statistic, and two, a learned GP telling me that the medication wasn't working. It only worked for 12 weeks. We in the cafes, we don't demonise medication at all, because they do have their place. It's just that they don't work very well for the majority of people with persistent pain. In 2019, I did do an NHS England film, Sean Jennings, Sean's Story, There Is Another Way. That was made in 8 minutes so that it can be shown in a consultation. So it's brilliant for broaching that subject, like, this medication's not working for you. This is the evidence that somebody's, they're living their life without the medication, with other alternative therapies. And in fact, I haven't told the team this yet, but I've been asked to go back and do some more, like 6 years on, showing that it's not just a quick fix and where's he gone? Is it still working? Blah blah. So that we're going to be making some more films to go with that. And then there's the Hero of Health, Sean Jennings, which is an hour-long interview with 2 social prescribing student champions, and that really that's pretty raw and to the point, and yeah, so those resources are out there, but that's
Thank you.
Okay. Seb?
Thank you. Just one last one. Debbie, this is for you, actually.
Be kind.
Yeah, will do. So we are talking about personalized care, right, and support. So how do we move away for the 6-session model, basically? How can we make it more accessible and flexible and adaptable to the patient's needs and not to fulfilling a number?
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, moving to health creation and away from disease treatment. Yeah, so it's about one conversation at a time, isn't it? So actually, it's all in our power to do this, you know. So just thinking about myself as a health professional, you know, I kind of just knew it was the right thing to do. So no one told me to move away from having that conversation. I just made a conscious decision that I wasn't going to do that anymore. That actually the conversation I was going to have with people was about what really mattered to them, and you know, to explore how to could move that forward. And so I think, you know, it's all in our gift. You know, and GPs may have a 10-minute appointment, for example. And what if every conversation they had started with that, you know, what matters to you about your health and well-being, as opposed to, you know, what's the matter with you? And I do think it could be as a simple shift as that, but there is a cultural expectation as well from society. So our communities are also been in that culture of expecting us as health professionals to fix it. So there's an expectation for medication may fix everything. That I will instantly feel better if I can have this pill, or I may feel better, you know, if this therapy. And so there's a cultural shift and education that needs to happen, not only within health professionals, that they need to be doing this differently, but also within our communities. So there is a lot of educational work to do, and promotion of that as well, I think. But I do think these are things which are in our gift, and I think the more we do it, the better results we'll see, and so those results will then speak for themselves, and it will create that momentum. You know, apart from the fact that it is national policy that we should be doing it, but I think it is about thinking about time differently. That like we often health professionals say to me, "Oh, there's no time." Actually, there is time, because what happens is if you don't have that conversation here, the right conversation, people just keep coming back again and again and again.
I completely agree, but I'm more focused on how do we move away from always prescribing 6 sessions, hoping that that's going to be...
Oh, like 6 sessions of therapy?
Yeah, exactly.
Or,
like 6 sessions of like coaching, 6 sessions of this and that, and where's the evidence, first of all, to back up that decision?
Yeah, I think I think that's the question, isn't it? I'd be asking, where's the evidence to say that? I think that's the question. We have to get really specific with people. So this is where your coaching skills come in. Love getting specific. When people say, oh, you know, oh yeah, well, we'll offer them, say, for example, Alpha comes up with setting up new health coaching services, or they can have 6 sessions, 20 minutes on the phone. Where's your evidence to show that that will work? Because actually, that's not what the national evidence shows. Where's your evidence to show that 6 sessions of CBT is going to be enough for someone to make a difference? Where's your outcomes? So I think we have to get really specific with people and ask them for that evidence, so that, because sometimes people just do it without thinking. Whereas when you get specific with people, they go, oh, well, actually, I haven't got any evidence. It just seemed like a good idea. You know, what is the guidance? What does the research show us? And really, really drill down with people, not in an aggressive or challenging way, but in a curious way, so that people don't feel threatened. So I'm really interested that you say 6 sessions. What's making you say that? Where does that come from? Could you point me to the evidence? because sometimes people are doing it from a place of unawareness. Is that sort of answer the question a bit? I'd love to say that I can. There's a law that can make you. Jake's waving his hand.
Kind of said, but you could think about it in a way of the stages of change. So that's been out for absolutely ages with Prochaska and Di Clemente. So if you can show someone the wheel, maybe have a conversation around that topic and say, how many times have you thought about this? How much time have you taken action on this? How much time have you maintained this? Just being curious about those stages of change and just thinking about, okay, some people it takes, 2 days, 3 days. Sometimes it will take 317 days to do it. So just having those conversations about stages of change.
Thank you, Jake. So I'm really sorry. I'm sure there's lots more questions, and our panel will be around this afternoon. But I'm sure you'd all like to have your lunch as well. So thank you ever so much to our panel. And thank you so much to those who joined us via Chaos Television, and also to the Chaos team who've supported us today, which is amazing. And to our online audience, please can you complete your feedback via the link in the delegate pack. So workshops begin at 1:45, and if you have a green or blue on your name badge, please come back to the venue after lunch. And if you have red on your badge, you're going to be going to the garden room. And if you're not sure, please follow the person with a card in your colour from the lunch venue. Also, a reminder that there's the Tai Chi workshop will begin at 4:45. And it's either going to be in the garden room, or if the weather's good enough, it's going to be outside. When you leave for your lunch, please take all your belongings with you, because this room's going to be divided into 2 for the workshops. And lunch will be served in the venue bar, which is next door. And yes, I think I've covered everything. The lunch break will be the last opportunity to speak to our exhibitors as well, because we'll be using that space. So, yep, and I think you're going to draw a raffle. Three volunteers. Yeah, I've said that one. Yeah. So we're just going to draw the raffle 1 second. Okay. So first number.
Number 11, green.
Number 11, green. Anyone got Number 11. Light green, number 11. No? Everyone's looking for their tickets.
Somebody got light green?
Fantastic.
So, you've won a 90-minute Reiki treatment and meditation tuition with Kelly.